This is Paranormal M, where captivating mysteries and spine-chilling tales come to life. Hit subscribe and tap the bell to ensure you never miss an episode. Join us as we dive deep into the supernatural. Encounter with the spirit in broad daylight. My mom went to the hospital to refill her medication. Decided to use the bathroom near the pharmacy while she waited. This bathroom was closer to an operation/waiting room, so she went there. While she was in the bathroom, an older woman with a walker entered, went into one of the larger stalls. A few seconds later, a younger woman followed her inside. My mom found this a bit odd, but assumed the younger woman was a caretaker helping the older woman. After a few minutes, the younger woman exited the stall and left the bathroom. But the older woman never came out. Another woman who was in the bathroom checked the stall after noticing something was off. To her shock, the stall was completely empty. No older woman, no walker, nothing. My mom, now curious, went in to double check and make sure, and the stall was empty. Both my mom and the other woman were completely stunned. There's no way the older woman and the walker could have just disappeared. This is the part that really blows my mind. Seeing a spirit in broad daylight is already rare and unsettling. But the walker disappearing too, that's a solid physical object. How could it just vanish into thin air along with the spirit? We're just still trying to process what happened, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Or if anybody's experienced anything similar. Well, I will say that most spirits people see are wearing clothes, which are also solid physical objects, aren't they? Just my sixth sense. My brother's glasses learned to fly. This is a story that happened to my best friend and me. It was in 2011. We still talk about it, and I honestly want to keep talking about it to never forget it. Hence why I'm sharing this with you. I firmly believe everything has a logical explanation. And for certain things, the explanation is something that humanity hasn't discovered yet. I for sure can't explain what happened here. So, summer of 2011, my best friend came over and we were in my room sitting at the desk. We were fooling around on the internet, just basically things 14-year-old girls do. Now, for context, my door was closed and so were my windows. My family didn't have pets in 2011, and our dog passed away a year before in 2010. We adopted our cats a year later in 2012. At some point, we heard a thump behind us. My brother's glasses that he forgot on my TV stand fell onto the carpet. That was weird in itself, because as I said, no breeze, no pets who could have kicked it. But the actual weird thing was that it fell a good maybe 1.5 meters in front of the TV stand. How? I'm not the best at physics, but without something kicking or hitting it, how could it fall that far from the TV stand, and by what force? We didn't see it fall. We just heard the thump. Looked behind and saw the glasses in the middle of my room. My friend and I obviously started screaming. We told my mom, but I think she thought we were making things up. I can't explain it. It was such a minor random thing. I know I wasn't tripping because my friend saw it too. Sometimes nowadays I bring this up to her to convince myself I'm not crazy, and she remembers it vividly as well. Now, I don't exactly believe in ghosts and stuff. But the house that we lived in, my family still does, I moved away, is quite old. It was built in the 50s, but my great-grandfather and my room used to be my great-grandparents' bedroom. I swear I used to hear weird creaks and noises every night. My parents always said, The house is settling, or setting, or there might be mice or birds in the attic. I don't know about that. Definitely weird, though. Some humanoid in dark cloak followed me. This happened from what felt like a month ago. I was originally going to post it, but I decided not to. Maybe I thought it was a little, too little to work with, you could say. I have this feeling of that decision being influenced, as shaky as that sounds. I now remember getting a little container cleaned out in the back lawn when I saw that entity. This instance wasn't like my usual hallucinations, which is why it stuck to me. The being stopped walking before blinking out of existence. Take a video of somebody walking, then cut a majority of it, but splice in the clip where they aren't there anymore. I saw the entity in motion, like they stopped walking when I saw them. All my other hallucinations were still frames. They must have been 2 or 2.5 meters away from me. I then remember being in the kitchen just a few minutes later. I may have been doing the dishes or washing my hands. I looked to my right and I saw that being again, same dark cloak. They stopped walking when I looked at them. Now that I remember it, I feel like I looked over to my right because I sensed something was there. It could be a false memory. I don't know how to put rationality towards memories. I need to look up some help on that front. They must have been 3 to 5 feet away from me by then. I went and told my family, and they told me to ignore the entity. I didn't at the time, and still don't think that there was any malevolent intent that I could sense from that being. Afterwards, I locked my doors and attempted to write the experience down, but decided not to. Again, I'm not entirely sure why. But as far as I know, I haven't seen that being again. Now that I think about it, I'm suspecting that they were just a passerby. They probably just wanted to walk in my front door and out into the neighborhood. I remember feeling like that being could walk into my room where I'd feel like I'd be trapped. But no such thing ever came to be. I don't have a mental illness, including schizophrenia, big fault on my end. I do have a mental illness, including schizophrenia, but I haven't been diagnosed yet. I don't sense any links between this and some stress I had prior, so I doubt it's that. If you're going to propose this being in a cloak being in a hallucination, then I would greatly appreciate it if I was given aspects of both paranormal experiences and hallucinations that differentiate them. That could give me some idea of telling these things apart without swallowing down a pill, which costs a lot of money. I get the last part. I grew up in a haunted house. As it says on the tin, this is exactly that. My memories of the years I lived in a haunted house, aged 8 to 18. It's a little long, but buckle up if you want to hear an actual account of actually living in one, not the Hollywood version. Me and my parents still talk about this, but I'm 30 and engaged now. I'm in my own home, and my parents moved soon after I moved out. I guess I just wanted to get it out there because it's all true. And I've tried to explain it to so many people who just don't believe it. And I thought maybe this community would hear me. The lady that sold my parents this house warned us of weird things going on, but my Christian parents ignored it and felt that we would be fine. At that time, I think they thought it was all bo-luxx, to be honest. It was a fixer-upper, but definitely a great house with lots more space than our first. Anyway, as the weeks went by, things got a bit weirder. I quickly learned when playing the street, and by the way, this was the 90s, children in my neighborhood thought my house was haunted. And to be fair, it being an old, tall Victorian house with a rickety, overgrown Gothic pathway, it was creepy to a kid. And there were many horrible stories about things that happened inside of it. Kids wouldn't come round, play at my house due to this. I earned a stigma being the new girl that lives in the haunted house at school. The house was 3 stories high with banisters running the entire way, and out of nowhere things started dropping from the top of the house to the lower landing through this banister gap. Proper Poltergeist shit. Ornaments, vases or vases, dog toys that were never upstairs. Our dogs wouldn't go up to the top of the house by the attic. All they would do is bark and whimper at the landing. I was also absolutely terrified of the entire top floor. I was an only child, and I wouldn't go upstairs when home alone because it frightened me so damn much. All I can describe it as is as soon as the light wasn't upstairs, I could feel a presence there with me. An angry, bitter, cold feeling, like a shadow behind me getting bigger and bigger. I'd sprint as fast as I could downstairs, and strangely even now, more than a decade on, I still haven't had bad dreams about my legs slowing down. Slowing down on that final staircase like I'm running through water. Something's chasing me. So anyway, the weird stuff continued. I started knocking on a wall one evening, playing as a kid, and to my delight, it would respond to me, knocking back. Responding and copying my pattern. My mom started absolutely freaking out at this, and when I showed her running outside to demand who was doing knocking to her kid all night to find just a brick wall and air, no one was on the other side. On Halloween, we all heard a scream from the attic, only to brave checking it out to find it totally vacant and fine. By this point, my parents were spooked. Being religious, they brought a priest in who informed them the upstairs was very negative spiritually, and they should remodel the entirety of it to try and get the spirit out or get rid of it. He told them to gut the attic, bless the area, and ask the spirit to leave. Okie dokie. So they began to remodel the attic into a bedroom and bathroom. The spirit did not like this. At one point, my father claims his leg was pulled through the floor, and sure enough, his leg went through the floor into the downstairs bathroom ceiling. Later, when we had a guest in the separate part of the house, all of a sudden part of the ceiling fell onto his head for absolutely no reason. Builders said it was a complete fluke and didn't make sense. On the last night of converting the attic, I had the worst dream of my life, which I will never forget. My bedroom was an en-suite, so it had 2 doors and both were heavy on hinges. Like you couldn't open them without pushing down on the handle, just for reference. So this dream, I was watching a man and woman argue. The woman was wearing Victorian clothes, and I likened them to Oliver and the musical characters at the time. The man was in a gentleman's suit. They were arguing back and forth, and I couldn't make out their words clearly, like I was listening underwater. She suddenly looked at me straight in the eyes and started screaming and pointing to the floor. Now, trigger warning, because this was terrifying to see as a kid in a dream and nothing I'd ever seen in any film or TV show at that age. On the floor was a dead baby face down. I woke up hyperventilating in my bed thinking it was all over. When I looked down at my own bedroom floor to see the same dead baby, but it was crying and contorting. The woman slammed open my bathroom door, the one in the hinges, ran across my room and out the other door. Both my doors were literally swinging, which was physically impossible without somebody standing doing it, and all I could hear was screams and cries. I screamed. I woke again to my mom shouting for me to wake up, saying that she could hear a racket of slamming doors upstairs. But when she checked, I was tucked up in bed just tossing and turning. I told her my dream, and she told me to come sleep with her. Years later, when I was old enough, she admitted that, they did research on the house. After the priest visit, found information that a maid had been pregnant by the housemaster and forced to kill or abort the baby in the attic. Ugh. My mum, being spiritual, but also Christian, said that she had tried to make peace with the spirit after learning this. Nate, this is just a sprinkling of the crazy things that happened over the years in that house. But I bet you're wondering if the conversation worked. Well, interestingly, it did for us. We all were able to sleep very happily in the new guest room. No more poltergeisty stuff going on. There was still an eerie energy in the loft, in the conversion, but not a threat. Kinda never felt like it was our home, but I'm not sure if old houses ever do. I'll say the dog stood firm and hated the upstairs the entire time we lived there. They never accepted it and would bark still. So nothing really weird happened until years later when I was 17 and got a new boyfriend, who was awful and abusive in the end. But anyway, we were staying in the converted bedroom up there whilst I was home from uni. Never had told him any of the stories of the house, and we were very new to dating. Anyway, we went to bed, watched a movie, fell asleep. I was woken to him screaming, saying a Victorian woman was standing over me watching me sleep, and told him very aggressively that he needs to leave. I kinda didn't mind that. She had good judgment on him. So yeah, there it is. I didn't believe in ghosts until I lived with one for 10 years. Feel free to ask questions. Haunted house A grew up in. Conveniently, the house I grew up in is mega haunted. The house is run in my family and was built by my family in 1903. It's very old, and we know at least 3 people have died in it. All of them died in the early to mid-19th century. Ever since I gained consciousness as a kid, I witnessed weird, unexplainable events. My dad's told me about when I was a baby, still in the crib. He would get up to pee at night, and when he would return to the bedroom, would be unexplainably on the floor. This happened multiple times. When me and my brother were kids, we would see silhouettes staring at us sleeping. I cannot make this up. We have an ancestor who always wore this specific hat, and guess who would often watch me sleep? I'm just going to state everything crazy that's ever happened. My brother would feel a woman's hand rub his back at night. My sisters would complain that somebody was watching the other one sleep. My sister and my stepsister at the time saw a man at the top of the stairs. Once when me and my brother were kids, we were making funny faces in the mirror, and in the reflection, we saw a boot appear in the middle of the staircase. I would hear people talking in the other rooms, but couldn't understand what they were saying. Once at night, I was listening to music, and instead of putting my wired headphones away, I put them on the floor and woke up to them very neatly rolled up in my dresser across the room. Pencils and boxes would fly out. Books would fly off the bookcases. And one time, I was leaving the upstairs bathroom, and through the crack of my door, I saw who I believe is my dead relative talking silently across the room. After a couple of seconds, she stopped, and her eyes darted at me. When I freaked out, I looked, and no one was there. I would hear a person upstairs in my room walk from my door to my window over and over again. My sister once was cleaning in the living room and saw a completely darkened shadow figure staring at her through the window. When she looked, it ran, but there was no sound on her stone porch. My dad recently was on the back deck and was watching a car go by and saw the same female ghost I had seen. Also, quick side note, all of these apparitions look exactly like our dead ancestors. The door to our living room often got stuck, so we had to tie a ribbon to it, and sometimes it would slowly get pushed open, knocking on doors and whatnot. TV turning on, then off for no reason. So much more. If I remember anything, I'll add it. It also didn't help that we had a family graveyard on our property. Plus, we kept anything that had been passed down. But honestly, I never was really too scared by it because I never felt evil. I knew it was just my ancestors probably curious about me. Metal screws. A couple of years ago, my wife and I moved into an old blacksmith's cottage. It was built around 1700. It's housed in a remote village in the UK. It's a dream house for us, and we couldn't be happier. Despite the age of the property and the remote location, the atmosphere's never been, well, spooky. In fact, we've always felt warm and comfortable here. Not long after we moved in, we started to notice something odd. Metal screws kept appearing seemingly out of nowhere. Here's some examples. On one of our first nights, we were getting into bed, pulled the covers back, and a screw was sat in the center of the mattress. My wife had a screw drop onto her shoulder while walking upstairs. She was alone in the room. She also found a screw in the pocket of her dressing gown when putting it on one morning after a storm. Oh, putting it on one morning. Period. Next sentence. After a storm, I went up a ladder to inspect our guttering and found a screw perfectly balanced on a roof tile directly above my head. There's ghost periods and commas everywhere. I'm starting to see them now. You just have to sort of unfocus your eyes. My wife was kneeling down, putting up wallpaper in our living room. She turned briefly to grab the brush. As she turned back, a screw had appeared an inch in front of her. She called me in to look, and I took a step toward the living room, and I stepped on a screw that was not there a second ago. I was painting a wall in the next room, and it was sat next to the paint pot. Can. I had a screw drop onto my shoulders. I sat watching TV. I was alone in the room. And my favorite so far, and the only one which kind of disturbed me. I was sat alone in the living room checking my phone, and I heard something above me. I looked up, watched a screw drop vertically from the ceiling and land at my feet. It appeared out of nowhere. This one was just about the oddest experience of my life. Just for background information, we both are in our late 30s and we don't have children. The screws are generally new-looking silver ones, but sometimes darker and older-looking. These screws' appearances never really seemed upsetting, really. Just very odd and sometimes a bit unnerving. I'm naturally skeptical and a non-believer of ghosts and the like, and I'm sure these occurrences can be explained. But I'm kind of at a loss. This happened to my friend. At 16, I was chosen to lead a group of young freshmen, assist instructors at an adventure camp in Sembawang. I wasn't fond of the location as it was near the infamous Kampong Wak Hassan, which has experienced common sightings of Pontiacs and Pokongs. The beach nearby is also a hotspot for people to dispose of quote-unquote spiritual items. Before our night walk, we had a briefing. Each group would have a walk through a dense forest, passing by the beach, a mosque, and an old gate. The leaders had to stay at chosen positions along the route to ensure students wouldn't stray. When night fell, I took up my spot near the beach and waited for the first group to pass, all at the corner of my eye. I saw someone at the beach but paid no attention to them. Soon the presence came closer to me and I heard small chants, a dead giveaway that someone was throwing away something spiritual. After the person left, I felt someone's hand grab me. I was shocked but didn't dare to turn around. Thankfully, a group of students finally walked past my route and all was back to normal. During the debrief, everybody said they felt someone standing next to them even when they were alone. Just like me, no one dared to look back. Post-experience, I came down with a fever and a mysterious mark temporarily appeared in my hand. How are you going to not explain what the mark looked like? I saw something in my painting and ended up having to burn it. To give a tad bit of background, my family is heavily Catholic. I find myself a bit skeptical on anything spiritual or religious, but I don't really know how else to really explain what's happened to me. When I was maybe 14 through 16, maybe as a way to distance myself from the church, I found an intense interest in the occult, paganism, and things of that sort. I would even practice witchcraft from time to time and attempt to get some kind of definitive proof that something is out there. Nothing really worked, but it did feel like something was happening when I practiced. A practice I got especially into and would do frequently is meditation, which isn't inherently spiritual, but it does help in certain cases. Anyways, this story starts when I was meditating in my room. I may be halfway through my 15 minutes, and I'd planned to meditate when something just felt wrong. I can't explain exactly the emotion I had. The best attempt would be the feeling of going down off the peak of a roller coaster, mixed with sorrow. Anyway, so I feel that in my gut and I open my eye to scan the room. Everything looked in place, but that damn feeling just wouldn't go away. I turned to pause my timer, and then I noticed a painting on my wall, which I had it for quite a while. It was the Starry Night painting. As I scanned over it, something about it was just wrong. I looked as if all the stars just actually were glowing. The longer I looked, the more bright a certain star would get. It was one of the stars at the top left corner, just to the right of the tree. This star, slowly but surely, got brighter and brighter. I was so sure I was dreaming or hallucinating that I'd gotten up off my bed and started to make my way toward the painting. But as I got up and started to move closer, the star would fade. Not as if someone was dimming the lights, though. It was as if a fog was setting over this star. As I got even closer, the fog practically snuffed out the star, and in its place it was dark. I sat for a minute trying to process what had just happened in my brain, just looking at this dark spot in my painting. As I stared, though, something started to appear out of the dark noise. At first, I thought it was the star coming back into my vision. But as it became more clear, I saw it for what it really was. A face, a whole figure, actually. Big enough to cover a large portion of the painting. I remember my fight or flight kicking in when realizing what I was looking at. I distinctly remember thinking that the feeling of that experience went from curious to bad. Still, I stayed in a place and waited to see what else would happen, like I was in some kind of a trance. Once the figure was fully visible, I felt like it saw me. We were looking at each other eye to eye, soul to whatever it was. We sat there for 20 seconds or so with nothing happening. I was about to be done with this and run out of the room. But then, it did something. It started to reach out its hand. Not in a threatening way, almost as if it was offering something. I don't really know what it was selling, but I wasn't buying. Its hand almost looked as if it was fully outside of this painting. That was the last straw. I'd gotten my taste of paranormal for the night. Ran to my light switch, flicked on my bright overhead light, and I had a dim lamp on for meditation. But I looked at the painting and it was totally normal. Nothing different about it. I sat and I stared to see if something would happen. Nothing did. As I was coming back from my trance, I realized my face was wet with tears. Something I hadn't noticed before the light was on. I then go to my phone to text whoever and tell someone about this. I stopped before even unlocking it. Almost 30 minutes had passed since I paused the timer. It felt like an impossibly long time. There was absolutely no way I spent 30 minutes staring at a painting just then. Felt like maybe 3 or 4 minutes of watching. After realizing my little time loss, I freaked out and ran into my mom's room, needing somebody else's presence. I couldn't stand being alone. She heard my whole story and was 100% convinced I had just had a run-in with a demonic presence. Putting meaning behind all the visions, like how the stars were the Holy Ghost with the demons putting a fog over them. That sort of thing. I didn't know if I was fully on board with that idea, but I was just glad to be with somebody other than myself. She then got my dad to go in and bless the room, leaving a Saint Benedict medal in my room to hopefully ward off anything negative. He then took the painting off the wall, took it outside, and that was the last time I saw it. Good riddance. I'm actually typing this out in the same room that all this happened in. Still feel kind of off at times in here, and kind of like I'm being watched, but having the medal and several crucifixes help ease the feeling. I'm 19 now and about to be headed out for college, and I thought I'd put down this experience in writing before it fades any more time. I'm not exactly Catholic now, but I've given up the practice of my past, fully open to any and all explanations that anyone may have as to what happened to me years ago, paranormal or not. Strange song from the forest. A couple of years ago, I lived with my parents still in a very small town that consisted of only a gas station, a post office, and a church, and many farm homes. It's a small town about 30 minutes from a military base. My parents' home is about a mile down a gravel road from the main highway and only a mile from the center of town where this church, gas station, and post office are. One night we're hanging out in the front deck while my little sister and her friends get some senior photos done in the front yard, seeing as we have 2 acres of yard and we're kind of in a bowl surrounded by woods. It's a beautiful place to take photos. It's about the golden hour, which is right before the sun goes down, and kind of starts to get a little cloudy, like a storm's rolling through. But everybody's still outside hanging out nonetheless. But as time goes on, it looks as if the storm is building up and it's getting pretty windy. So we rush over and help the photographer and the girls gather up all the equipment and props they're using to take photos. By this time, it's starting to get dark anyways. Well, it starts raining a little and the wind's picking up a bit, so all the girls run inside, as does the photographer with the camera and whatever equipment that they could carry. But leaving a framed backdrop outside that me and my mother told them that we would take down and put up in the rain so everybody else could get inside. So as me and my mom are struggling to disassemble the frame for the backdrop while getting a little wet in the rain, we hear a faint sound through the woods. Sounds almost like music. which wasn't very odd because right through the woods about a mile away was the highway and right across the highway was the church. So it wasn't very strange that we would hear music, or even singing in that direction. So here we were getting the frame and the backdrop packed up and thrown onto the front porch. And from the first time we heard the singing or music, only 10 seconds has gone by, we hear it again. And once again, we don't think much of it, and we're still going to the yard to grab any other random things left out there, like stools or someone's shoes. Well, another 10 seconds goes, and once again we hear the singing, which by now is a little bit louder, and we can tell that it is singing. It's the same 4 to 6 notes over and over again. So it's like someone singing a short tune over and over again, but only in ahs. So sort of like a like, oops. Well, not like what the narrator just did, but like Ariel, Little Mermaid, would sing, opposite of me. And so at first, like I said, it was so faint and sounded so far away, we really thought it was the church. But at the end of the last note, it would restart back over to the first ah note, and this time would be a little bit louder. And so, every time the tune would restart, it was a little louder, sounded a little closer. And so by now, we were finishing picking up the yard and completely mesmerized by what we were hearing. This tune getting louder and louder each time it sang back over again. And to give you a visual, we're standing by the garage, facing into the yard, which is about an acre long and looking out toward the tree line, which through this tree line, like I said, was the church across the highway, so it's almost dark, but still light enough to see the tree line, and this tune is getting louder and louder, slowly sounding as if it's coming closer and closer. But at this point, it definitely sounds like it's coming from inside the forest and no longer from the church. So me and my mom start talking about, okay, maybe there's these people in the forest chanting this song or something. And that's because where we live, there had been reports of cult activity in the woods. So, naturally, this is both our first thought if it isn't coming from the church. But one thing we can't explain is the sound the voice is actually making. It doesn't sound like a group of people. It doesn't sound like 20 different voices coming together, harmonizing, singing the same notes over and over again. Instead, it sounds like one person, neither male nor female. Yet it's almost as if this one person had been cloned 20 times, and 20 of the same voice are coming together, harmonizing, singing this tune. That's what was creepy about this. And obviously the fact this is happening at all is creepy as well, so here we are almost paralyzed staring at the tree line listening to this Ariel-esque over and over again, getting louder and louder as the 20 same voices start the tune over. So by the end of the last note it restarts, and when it does, it sounds louder and closer than before. After about 10 times of this mysterious song playing over and over again, getting louder and closer as it plays, it sounds as if the 20-person cloned singing group is right there in the tree line, just standing behind the trees. I don't mean I can physically see anyone. It's just the tune is so loud at this point as if it's coming from the right on the tree line. And of course, as soon as the last note ends, it starts back over at the beginning. It's even louder now. This time, it sounds as if it's surrounding us, coming from all directions, and no longer paralyzed. Me and my mom are now in fear. We both look at each other, we sprint to the front door, shut and lock the door behind us. Both in the kitchen now, breathing heavy. Looking at each other, trying to understand what is that we just experienced, we completely and entirely frightened, and we were also amazed. We both heard the same thing. The same exact thing. 20 cloned voices, neither male nor female, singing the same 4 notes over and over again. With every beginning of the tune, it gets louder and closer, and eventually is so loud it's literally surrounding us. To this day, me and my mom haven't found anything like it on the internet. Nothing that even comes close to explaining what it is that we experienced. Haven't come across another person's experience that even comes close to what we heard. It's like whatever we heard and experienced is so unique, but I've done so much research and still years later I can't explain of what we heard. And so, here I am typing this here, so maybe I'd find at least one person who's experienced something similar, or has read something that is similar to this experience. In mythology, in someone's personal account on another forum, like anything, this is just one of the most mysterious things that's ever happened to me. The fact that my mother was standing with me hearing the exact same thing with me at least lets me know that I in fact did hear this, and it was 100% real. I wonder if there was a music studio anywhere near you. Sounds like something I would do. Is my daughter astral projecting or just having a strange dream? Honestly, y'all, I would probably classify myself as a skeptic, but I had an extremely strange experience this morning. My daughter of 4 wakes up this morning around 1:45 a.m. crying in her bed. I went into her room to see if she was okay. She sat up in bed and starts telling me about the dream she was having, and she said she wanted to stop, quote-unquote, disappearing out of her bed. Yes, Keko. I told her she was still in her bed and that she hadn't gone anywhere. Then she told me about her dream. She said in her dream she kept disappearing out of her bed. She said that she knew her body was laying in bed essentially, but she kept disappearing close by into other rooms or in the house. She cited her mother in my room as an example. She's always been good at remembering her dreams and often tells me about them, and she has never described a dream like this to me before. Seemed pretty shaken and confused when I talked to her. Honestly, it had taken me a little back as well. Also, as far as I know, she would have no idea what the concept of astral projecting is. She only watches kids shows on TV, mostly cartoons, and does like Minecraft videos on YouTube. So the fact of what she described to me with no reason to lie and not having known about it in the first place, being so close to that, has me kind of intrigued. Do you think this was just a strange dream, or can anybody with kids tell me if their kids have described strange dreams with a mundane cause? Could she just maybe be having a unique imagination? Just so queer to me because she's never said anything like this before. She's a girly girl who loves Barbie and Alex from Minecraft, not into ghosts or paranormal or anything scary or strange at all. I saw my friend's doppelganger on multiple occasions. Hello. So this happened in the past, but I'm deciding to share it now. For privacy reasons, my friend will be called V. Me and V got on the same bus every day and every evening. We went to the same school. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and our bus went to a stop that we hadn't gone to before. We picked up some new people. All of them looked like regular people, nothing weird. V and I usually sat next to each other, same with today. Yet as I looked out the window I saw her. I don't know if I was delusional, but it was her. Down to the hairstyle, the eyes, the hair color, everything was exact. The person even had V's birthmark on her face. All the freckles were there as well. Yet the person never got onto our bus. They just stood there watching the bus. They had the uniform on, but never went to school. I never saw them in school either. This happened sometimes when we went to that stop. Still, they never got on. V didn't have any siblings, and I was very confused. I tried mentioning it to V, and I didn't get a response. It seemed no one even noticed apart from me. Out of the years I was there, no one said anything. I stopped seeing this person after about 5 stops. I still don't know what I saw at that bus stop. After a while, I forget about this incident, and fortunately, I heard that after I stopped going to that school, I'd found out that somebody had crashed into the very bus stop. Every time I drive past there, it gives me the shivers. Me and V are still friends to this day. My brother who got on that bus didn't even say anything. I'm unsure if V was aware of this, but I'm very sure that she has no one else on that bus that could see that person. What did I see? This incident happened in early 2023. I was 21 and I was living with my mom and sister. Around 2020, I got really into spiritual things, such as crystals, tarot, and reading a ton of witchcraft, but kinda lost interest in it. My room was a safe space. I always had a feeling nothing bad or negative could get in, as I was always burning incense and things like that. We had 4 dogs, 2 cats, and my room was directly across from my mom's. My bed was set up against my wall, under the window, and access from my door. Also, my sister and her boyfriend have 2 dogs. One lived with us while the other stayed at his place. This night they were both there, and my sister always has the door shut at night with her dogs in her room. My mom was over at her boyfriend's for the night, and my sister and her boyfriend sleep in her room when she's not home because it's colder in my mom's room. I woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. In the process of getting up, my boyfriend at the time also woke up. Down the hall was the bathroom, which always had a nightlight on. As I was walking to the bathroom, I saw our childhood dog, Barkley, just laying on the floor outside the bathroom. I reached down and pet him for a minute before going to the bathroom. I walked out, pet him again, and went back to my room. As I was walking back, I saw my mom's door was shut. So I left my door cracked in case Barkley tried to come sleep in my room like he usually does. Barkley. I got back in bed, and me and my boyfriend talked for a minute when all of a sudden my door pushed open and my sister's boyfriend's dog, Luna, came into the room. She's an extremely energetic dog, so she jumped straight onto the bed and started jumping and licking both of us. I pushed her off and she just left the room, and I leaned off the bed and pushed the door shut, but still cracked. You could still see a good amount of light coming through the nightlight in the bathroom. I remember us both being confused and talking about how weird it was that she wasn't locked up in my mom's room with my sister and her boyfriend, but didn't think too much about it. I'm not sure what time it was, but my blinds were open, so I knew it was still dark. I was laying on my back, and my boyfriend put his head on my chest facing my closet. We were just talking. I remember just looking at my door as the black shadow figure was staring right back at me. It was like an outline with no facial features at all. The way it was positioned, it looked like somebody was leaning over and peeking their head into the room. But as I'm staring at this figure, I'm telling myself it could be the cats on the bathroom counter just casting a weird shadow. I was waiting for my boyfriend to turn his head to the door and then ask him what he thought it was, since it so clearly looked like a person. I was probably staring at this thing for a solid minute when I felt my boyfriend turn his head to face the door. As soon as he turned his head, the figure backed out of view. I gasped, shoved him off me, shot straight up with my back against the wall, and couldn't talk. I was absolutely horrified. I was hyperventilating, so I couldn't even talk. He started freaking out, asking me what was going on and what's wrong, and finally was able to say someone's in the hall. After a few minutes, he went through the house. He said no one's here. I was freaked out, but what was even scarier was that I had him go into the hall and recreate it. And he was 6'4", so he's not short by any means. He barely reached where this figure was, and this thing would have had to have been at least 7 feet to lean into the doorway and still be near the top of it. I calmed down a bit when I heard my sister's boyfriend's alarm go off in my mom's room, so I knew it was around 6 a.m. I screamed his name for him and my sister to come into my room. My door was now wide open, so when my mom's bedroom door opened, we were both confused to see Luna run into the room and jump on us for a second time. We were both looking like, what the fuck is going on? They both came into the room, and as soon as I started telling them what happened from the beginning, my sister stopped me and said, "What the fuck are you talking about? Luna and Barkley have been in the room with us the whole time." I was so freaking out, asking everybody if I was sleeping and pinching myself, but I was awake. I ended up falling asleep when the sun came up. I asked my boyfriend if he remembered what happened, and he said, yeah, so I knew I wasn't dreaming. I still have no idea what happened that night. I don't know if it was just a bunch of paranormal stuff or if it was something else. I moved out of my mom's in September of 2023. Gave away most of my spiritual stuff to a girl who comes into my work. I now live with my childhood best friend and her boyfriend of about maybe 30 minutes away from my mom's. And I have seen shadows 2 other times. Weird stuff happens still, but we just say it's her dad or grandpa since both their ashes are in the house. I was with the guy I was talking to and we got in an argument. He was hugging me in the dark on my bed and I could see shadows bouncing around my room behind him. It could have just been my eyes, but again, pushed him off me, couldn't talk, and had an awful feeling. I saged our house the next day and have only ever saw one since. There was a tall shadow standing outside my door frame. It was a few months ago, but I'm just telling myself it was my friend's dad watching over the house. I don't know what I saw any of these times, but I'd love to hear other opinions. I think something is haunting me. What do you guys think? I think something is haunting me. What do you guys think? So to start things off, I'm a Christian who's always been a believer. My parents both grew up in households where activity was quite frequent. More in my dad's house than my mom's, but both had decent activity. My dad's family is very scared of this ghost that they've had the house blessed every year now in hopes of warding things away. Recently, I bought a Ouija board to play with. Whoops, that doesn't sound smart. But I got yelled at and I was told to return before I even opened it. That's good. It's currently sitting in my garage unopened. It all started after I was on an angry rant saying how ghosts aren't real. And my dad's ghost and my mom's ghost never was real and all a lie. I kept going on saying ghosts aren't real. My parents just kept telling me how they are very real and I shouldn't be saying those things. 3 days ago, I'm in the basement by myself, and something falls off the shelf. It could be explained by the music playing on the Alexa, but there is no vibration. It landed decently far, like it was thrown from the shelf. The next thing happened yesterday when me and my girlfriend were hanging out at her dad's. First thing that happened was the garage door swung open all the way open when it was latched. I got up, closed it, and said it was probably a draft to calm her down a little bit. Then, not even 2 minutes later, we hear what sounds like running around the garage and something fell. At that point, I didn't check it out because I was startled. We ignored it and continued playing Xbox. Then 5 minutes later, we heard the other garage door that leads to the garage completely slam. Again, the door was latched 5 minutes ago. We told her dad and checked everything and no one was there. that was that for the night after that. Then today, we're taking a nap in the same room, and both my arms were in front of her, and she was in my chest. She woke up from my dad texting me, and she said that she closed her eyes, and she felt what felt like 3 fingers with long nails poking into her side. It was slow, and it didn't stop. She said she slowly turned and looked and felt the fingers pull away very quickly, or fingers as she put it. She was very startled and freaking out, and all of this has happened in the last week. I'd just like to know what other people's thoughts are. Also, previously we were sitting in her basement and I was looking into her eyes, and in the back behind her, I am positive I saw a white flash scream across the back of the basement. I was put into shock. What do you guys think's going on? We would appreciate anything. I feel like my dead mother visited me. Am I going nuts? So my mother and I had a close bond. She and I were very close, and we always talked about the spirit world. Neither of us knew if anything exists beyond the physical world, but we loved talking about the idea. 6 months ago, I took her out to dinner, and we once again got to talking about life and death. She promised that when she died, she would reach out to me if that was something that was even possible. Fast forward to 4 months, and my dear mother suddenly died. She wasn't even sick. Here 1 second, gone the next. Obviously, this has been a very difficult time for me and my family. I've been assisting my father with settling her affairs. This whole time, I'm looking out for some sign that she's still there. Nothing at all happened for well over a month until a few days ago. It was around 6 p.m. and I was upstairs playing video games, feeling normal. I get this really weird sensation like I'm being watched. Not in a scary way, just to be clear. It just felt like someone was nearby. There was also a fuzzy feeling in the head and overall feeling of being in an altered state somehow. I needed to get on making dinner, so I head downstairs. My fiance's down there reading a book. On the way to the kitchen, I say, I know this is going to sound crazy, but do you feel like Mom's here with us right now? Before she can answer, I get this overwhelmingly positive feeling throughout my whole body. Shivers start on the back of my neck, and it's like some energy was flowing throughout my whole body. I later described it as a full-bodied panic attack, but replace all the negative feelings of panic attack with good positive ones. It was unlike anything I've ever experienced. This whole time, my feet are planted in one spot. I'm locking eyes with my fiancé, and I'm basically just saying, what the fuck is this? Wow. Over and over. At one point, I noticed my fiancé squint her eyes and cock her head, but I was a little bit too distracted to ask what was up. This sensation lasted for about 20 seconds before I began to cry pretty hard. I was crying for the loss of my mom, but also from joy, because deep down I felt that was my mom. Anyway, after I began to cry, my fiancé had me sit down on the couch and held me for a bit until I felt more normal. This is the part where I say that I'm a naturally skeptical person, maybe too much so, and that I definitely would have dismissed this whole experience as a psychological thing if it hadn't been for what my fiancé said to me next. She said that while this was happening, and we were locking eyes, for a brief moment she saw a woman's forehead directly behind me. She said she saw it, looked away, looked back, and it was still there before disappearing for good. What I found interesting is that my fiancé is the biggest scaredy cat about literally everything. And despite that, she said she wasn't frightened by what she saw. She felt a sense of calm and peace as I did. I felt a slightly less powerful sensation the following day. I said in my mind, Mom, if that's you, feel free to reach out. Suddenly, my dog runs into the room, gives me this really perplexed look, freezes, then runs down the stairs, Scooby-Doo style. was weird behavior for my dog, to be sure. Just felt like I wanted to share the story in hopes that maybe others have experienced something similar. Any mediums present here, feel free to give me your perspective. I like when dogs Scooby-Doo style anything. Poltergeist encounter. This is a true story. So I, a 21-year-old female, was 15 at the time of this encounter. I'm from Queensland, Australia. I once lived in a small mining town in central Queensland with my mother, stepfather, and his daughter. Just for backstory, my stepsister's mother passed away when she was young, so if she was growing up, her mother's spirit would wander the house. One day, me and my mother and I were sitting upstairs watching Geordie Shore. Geordie. Somebody help me there. My stepsister was at a friend's house and my stepdad was at work. So it was just me and my mom having a girls' day. We were halfway through an episode and started hearing noises from the hallway. Thought nothing of it as my stepsister's mother, normal spirit, would casually move plates and open cupboard doors. But all of a sudden, my mother and I felt a tight pain in our legs and chest. We feel the room get colder, but we were like in a 45 centigrade heat wave. Suddenly, we hear somebody say, "Quick, get out!" Moments later, we hear the dog start snarling at something downstairs. We go to see if anyone's there. We look in her room, the carport, and nothing. Dog's still growling and barking. But we realize it's to the movie room next to her bedroom. So we open the sliding door. Suddenly we see the TV get thrown from one side of the room to the other, shattering the glass base and the screen on impact. We refused to go in there for a while after that. A few months later, my stepbrother comes up to visit and stay for a few days. So, being the eldest child there at the time, I had to give up my room and sleep in the movie room. This made me uncomfortable. I go to turn the light in the room off and notice 2 red dots in the center of the room. So I turn the lights back on, nothing there. Repeated this process 3 more times. On the last time I turned the light on, I saw the figure of a woman, black like a shadow, bright red eyes, long black hair, and her back into the corner of the ceiling, hands on the roof, and her feet were planted on each wall. Never stepped foot in that room ever again. Slept in the lounge room upstairs for those 3 nights. My paranormal stories from birth until present. Story 1, 2013. I was 15 years old. This is my first ever experience. My grandma on my mom's side passed away. Me, my brother, and mom would go visit my grandpa over the next couple of years a lot since, well, he was lonelier. This probably happened 2 or 3 times. We would all be sitting in the living room and we would hear soft sounds of plates and cutlery moving around in the kitchen. We would all kind of look at each other knowing it was out of the ordinary. But I think we all knew it was her. Story 2, 2015. I was 17 at the time, and me and my friends decided to head out of the big city to explore an abandoned building in a small town. It was erected in the late 1800s, and it used to be a hospital or senior home, and a mental asylum at points in time. It was me, my girlfriend, her cousin, and my friend. Within minutes of walking around inside, we all stop in our tracks as we hear a loud, deep moan. There was no wind at the time, and it was clearly heard right in front of us. We all left immediately out of fear. Story 3, 2016. I'm 18 now, and I'm camping with my girlfriend, the same one. Camping with my girlfriend, my brother, and our friend. I had a very emotional dream of some being coming to me and explaining something bad had happened, but that everything was going to be okay. The next morning, we pack up, and after an hour or two, I don't really think anything of the stream. Just as we're getting out of the mountains into the foothills and prairies, a cop pulls us over with an unmarked car behind him, a social worker. Asks me and my brother's names. Pulls us aside to explain her mom had passed away last night. Since I was the only one with a license, it was the longest 2-hour drive home of my life, that's for sure. Story 4, 2017. 19 years old. Me and my girlfriend, still the same one. We head out for a camping trip to the mountains. We were only 20 minutes outside of town in the prairies. I see a semi coming from a mile away and get this urgent feeling that something wrong is going to happen. Since he's so far away, I had lots of time to explain to my girlfriend about the sudden sense that came over me. When we were 5 to 10 seconds from crossing paths, I noticed he starts to drift into my lane. It's a single-lane highway. But the time we passed each other, he was directly in the middle of both lanes. Luckily for me, I was already prepared and was way onto the shoulder. She looked at me after in disbelief. Story 5, 2019, 21 years old. I'm home alone, and at this point, I'm a full believer. I had not yet received any signs from my mom. Laying in my bed trying to talk with her, hoping maybe she can hear me. I ask her to knock on the wall for me, and it's kind of a more rough point in my life, so for whatever reason, I'm in tears at the time. I gave up and I tried to go to sleep. 30 seconds later, I hear a loud knuckle-to-wall sound in my room, clear as day. That was my sign, and I felt a lot more comfortable after that. Story 6, 2024. I'm now 25, and my grandpa had just passed on. It was 3 weeks earlier. My dad's over at my place visiting, and we're watching some hockey when all of a sudden one of us starts to whistle. Within seconds, we're both whistling random nonsense tunes. But when we heard a third whistle from, no one else in the house, and, my fiancée, different girl now, was out running a couple of errands, we started to whistle back, and something kept whistling back loud at us, mimicking our whistles perfectly. This went on for a good 2 or 3 minutes. It was whistling just as loud as us, but in a different area of the house. My grandpa was known to be a whistler, but I never got a good nor bad sense about it. I'll leave this up to you guys to decide if it was my grandpa or something more malevolent. My dad was a complete non-believer at the time, but this really opened up his eyes. It was his first real paranormal experience. I think my workplace is haunted. So I work as a cleaner in the high school in my town. The school was built somewhere around 1960s, I believe. It has had a few upgrades, however, like most buildings are original and unchanged. The area I'm set to clean is a long corridor kind of building. At one end is the hall and auditorium, then the drama room, and following after that is 3 classrooms. My area is one of the old original buildings. At night, it does get pretty creepy, seeing as it's just a long corridor and looking down dark, creepy hallways is scary. But that's beside the point. Yesterday at around 7 p.m., I was in a fair rush to get everything done. I needed to vacuum my 3 classrooms down the corridor. I dragged my vacuum from my storeroom located at the building next door to the corridor and began taking it, to the furthest of 3 classrooms, so I could work my way backwards and lock up as I go. Being in a rush, I wasn't on edge or thinking or creepy things or getting in my head about anything, just wanted to get my work done. As I reached the doorway to the second classroom, an incredibly loud bang sounded from inside the room. It was the sound when somebody takes 2 hands and slams it against a window. It made me stop in my tracks and stand so still and just listen for anything else. Nothing else happened, so I brushed it off, walked inside. I noticed that the source of the noise was that one of the old windows had come unlatched and opened itself. Again, I brushed it off and didn't think much of it. I continued walking down the hallway, and as I reached the third classroom and began setting up my vacuum, I heard another loud bang from behind me at the entrance to the corridor. This made me a little more concerned, as it couldn't be the window unlatching this time. I was now on edge and I walked to the entrance of the corridor where I'd heard this noise, and I kid you not, another very loud bang came from the end of the hallway behind me. This cycle repeated around 2 times, me walking from one end and just trying to find the source of the noise and hearing the banging coming from the opposite end to where I was. Mind you, the hallway is around 70 or 80 meters in length, so walking back and forth is a pain. Now, I believe in ghosts 100%, and have had noises and happenings in this building before, but nothing quite like this. I decided to speak up and say, "Hello?" And also wondered if there were kids outside knocking on the windows being silly. I was standing in the middle of the classroom, and from next to me on the class window, the banging sounded. I can't describe how loud it was, and I've never genuinely yelped in fear and ran out of a building before. Whatever it was, I feel it was playing with me. As I got more scared, the noises became more apparent and loud until I was on the brink of tears. There was no one outside to my knowledge as I was checking out the windows as all this was happening. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where thrilling tales of the unexplained take center stage. Subscribe now and turn on notifications for your weekly dose of mystery. Let the haunting begin. Paranormal experience at my friend's new apartment. This all began about a few days ago. A good friend of mine, Scott, got a new apartment. He asked for some help moving in during the weekend. I figured it would take about an hour, and I agreed to help him. As Scott and I moved his stuff into the apartment, something felt off, like we were being watched. The apartment complex itself was older, so we thought nothing of it. We chalked it up to being a new place and continued moving his stuff in. It took about an hour to move everything in, and Scott asked if I wanted to stay and watch a movie. It was very late, and we ended up falling asleep. We were awoken to one of the worst smells I think I've ever come across. Both Scott and I are hunters, knew exactly what the smell was. Rotting animal flesh. It smelled so terrible, the whole house reeked of it. And then like that, it just smelled normal again. We were both freaked out. The next day, Scott was determined to figure out the smell. Scott told his landlord that he thought an animal had crawled into the ventilation and died. When the landlord sent someone to check it out, the man found nothing. I called Scott later when I was at work and asked him if he had any other weird experiences like the previous night. He said he kept hearing knocking sounds in the walls and things around the house were misplaced. He asked to come back over that night. It was late when I got to his house, and again I felt very uneasy walking in. I want to point out that both Scott and I are Christian, and we don't profess to any specific denomination, but we attend a small non-denominational church every Sunday. And we do have a strong belief in Jesus Christ. The house still felt off, but it smelled normal. We thought we had imagined the other night, and it was late, and we were very tired. That's when we heard it. Slow and heavy footsteps down the hallway with the sound of chains rattling behind it. Again, with the horrible smell of rotting flesh. Scott stepped forward and said, "In the name of Jesus Christ, I command any and all evil to leave this place." Almost immediately, everything fell completely silent. The smell was gone, and the house felt different. That was well over 2 days ago, and Scott has not had any experiences since that night. Whoever or whatever was in that apartment is gone for good. Scott has since done research on this apartment. Many years ago, there was a woman who lived in the same complex who took her life a few doors down from where Scott's apartment's located. We don't know if this has anything to do, as they are writing here, we do not know if this had anything we had to do with what Scott and I experienced during those 2 nights, or if it was just a coincidence. Whatever the case, neither Scott or I will forget it. Nor. Ask Reddit. When I was about 12, I went over to a friend's house for a sleepover. Small little lakeside cottage in far northern Alberta, into the Algonquin territories, specifically the native Blackfoot families. If you're imagining a dense forest a mile from the nearest small town, that would be spot on. In addition to the main house, where we played Power Rangers on the Nintendo Entertainment System well into the evening, they also had a small little lakeside shack. It was purely a guest cabin, cramped and with 2 bunk beds and 1 dangling chain-pulled bulb for lighting. He suggested we sleep out there that evening, which I was all for. When we finally passed out for the evening, it was pitch black, save for the star and the moonlight. Very tranquil in a way I can't fully describe. I fell asleep on the top bunk and him on the opposite side of the shack in the bottom bunk. And that general sense of zen stuck with me until the lights woke me up hours later. Must have been around 2 or 3 in the morning when I drifted awake, lying on my side facing the wall. It was bright in the room, and the shadows on the wooden planked wall were moving peacefully. The sense of tranquility still hadn't slept, and I was only half awake, so I watched the shapes and tried to figure out if I was dreaming or not. They were the shadows of animals, rabbits mostly nibbling at the shadow left by the bed frame as if it were grass, but also small antlered creatures like miniature elk and things that moved across the, quote-unquote, sky, like the shadows of birds. They all moved like they were alive, despite only being shadows on the wall. I must have watched this for 10 minutes before I just snapped awake, realizing how unnatural it was, as if it was all happening at once. I turned and I saw that the light bulb wasn't on. So why the cabin was suddenly bright just didn't make sense. Woke up my friend with what I now realize was probably an inappropriate level of unconcerned, given the situation. While I was still feeling oddly relaxed about the whole thing, my friend didn't respond the same way. I showed him the animal shadows, and he responded with disbelief, anger, and then fear within the span of 10 seconds. He ran from the shack back to the house, terrified, and I stayed and watched a little bit longer. I didn't want to leave. It's that very specific emotion that has stayed with me for so long. I couldn't help but shake the feeling that these spirits or whatever didn't want me to leave either. When I finally went up to the house, about 20 minutes later, his parents were up and furious, understandably so, since it must have been 3 in the morning. My friend was a mess of sobbing. We were lectured about how lying and playing make-believe games were the devil's work, and how we needed to stop out Satan and all of his lies. It was surreal. We didn't go back to the shack, and the following day I went home. And somehow that reminds me of the water boy. Don't ask me how. Well, you might know. A weird light just followed me. I was walking my dog with my mom and sister, and it's really cold and snowy outside. We decided to cut through a small neighborhood to get home quicker because we were all cold. As we cut through the neighborhood, I noticed a really bright light down another street. It was so bright it looked like a high-beam light of a car. My sister and I both noted the light and thought it was weird. About a minute later, we were also out of the neighborhood, and I looked behind us, and the light was right behind us. It was so blindingly bright I couldn't see anything past it or make out what it was. It was moving so slowly it looked like it was floating. There was absolutely no noise at all of footsteps or anything. I noticed it was following us. I tried to get my sister and Mom's attention, but they were distracted with their dog and didn't look back until a few seconds later. My sister noticed and said it was following us and we should go too. My mom said it was a bike at first, but she got freaked out when she saw how slowly it was moving and how extremely bright the light was. We sped out of the neighborhood quickly with it still following us, but it suddenly stopped at the end of a pathway and stayed there until we were far away. Once we got far enough away, I was watching to see if I could see another angle of it to figure out what it was. But the light came out of the pathway and two girls walking their dog walked by and turned in the opposite direction when they saw the light. It very, very slowly came out of the pathway. I could only see the figure of a really tall man with a huge hunch in his back. He was pushing what looked like a cart with a bright light attached. I'm still confused, though, because there was absolutely no noise coming from the cart or the footsteps behind us. It was silent outside, and there's snow and ice on the ground, so I feel like we would have heard the cart rolling through the snow. I would expect the opposite. The figure didn't even look in our direction when he came out of the pathway. The whole thing was just so creepy. We had to run a quick errand after walking our dogs. We decided to drive around our neighborhood to see if the guy with the bright light was still there. He was gone. So now we're all feeling pretty creeped out. Whether it was paranormal or just a person is still weird. How's there no sound? Why would a normal person be walking around with a light that's almost brighter than a high beam light? So they can see really well. But the weirdest thing of all is how quickly it got behind us. It was at the very end of another street, and in the span of about a minute it got right behind us. It was moving so slowly, so how did it get behind so quickly? Especially since it was a man pushing a cart, like it's not even possible to walk that fast and get that close so quickly. Strange stuff that I genuinely can't explain. 1. It was like 4 a.m. and I'm getting ready to go to bed. Then I heard something that sounded like a laugh, but a little bit distorted. Not to mention that the sound came from the direction that, one window where my cat was staring into. 2. This one, I haven't experienced it personally, but my mother had experienced it. So my mother went to sleep around 11 p.m., then randomly woke up at exactly 4:44 a.m. to the sound of footsteps outside and the soft voice of a woman calling out to, in quotes, someone. My mother told me that the voice was saying, "Come on, come on," in a slightly Slavic accent. After that, my mother stood up from the bed and listened, but she heard nothing after that. 3. This one, I've experienced it myself. So I'm home alone. I'm at my PC without headphones on, so I can hear if somebody enters the house. The front door is like a sliding door, or something like that. We live in the outskirts of some village in the Netherlands near forest, or if my dog randomly starts barking, it annoys the neighbors a little bit too much, and while sitting at my desk, I hear footsteps outside in the concrete. Then I hear someone entering the house. So I exit my room and I see who it is. When I left my room and went to the front door, I saw no one. So I started checking the house, thinking that somebody got it, but when I finished checking, there were no signs of foreign activity. 4. My mother experienced this one also, and it happened today, the date that I'm writing this, the 18th of January, 2025. So in the morning at around 8:30 a.m. I leave the house to go to school, and while leaving the house I say goodbye to my mom and I close the door. Then, like 2 minutes after I left, my mother suddenly calls me and asks me what I want to ask her. I was left confused by her question, so I asked her, "What? I'm like 300 meters away from home." Then, after a brief moment of silence, my mother explains to me how she heard the gate open and then close, followed by heavy footsteps, then the door opening and me calling her name. Keep in mind that I was 300 meters away. My house is haunted. Since I was a kid, I've been able to see shadow figures and ghosts. I've lived in my great-aunt's house most of my life, except for a brief period when I moved between states. Oddly, I don't remember experiencing many encounters here as a child. P.S. My house was built in '77, so that takes a bit of time to be haunted, or hauntable. Things changed when I turned 12. That's when I started seeing shadow figures and hearing my name being called. By 13, I developed an eating disorder and strange things started happening. Items from the pantry and even closed cabinets would get thrown at me. The shadow figure I see is usually the same, tall and black with a vague shadowy appearance. But sometimes it mimics people I know. For example, I once thought I saw my dad peeking around a corner. I mentioned that in a previous post. Last night it turned my lights off. To be clear, I'm not scared. I've had plenty of encounters with things like this before, though they've lessened over the years. But last night when I went for a snack, I reached for applesauce and a box of Pop-Tarts fell down instead. What kind? Should I be worried? I'm not beset or frightened. I'd just like to understand this presence better and maybe even connect with it. I have 2 dogs, and while neither of them is allowed in my room, my puppy loves sneaking in whenever she gets the chance. This afternoon, I left my door open to let air circulate during the winter storm. I saw her standing in the doorway. I immediately reprimanded her. She bolted into my room, hid behind my jewelry holder. It's a big stand. I could still hear her moving around in there, so I started scolding her, trying to find where she had went. That's when my mom called out from the living room, asking why I was yelling because the puppy was in her lap the whole time. I told myself I was just being paranoid and went back to my room. About an hour later, the same thing happened. I saw her creeping down the hallway, so I decided to catch her in the act. I hid behind the jewelry holder, waiting for her to come in, and I saw her reflection in my mirror. Waited about 5 minutes. But when I finally glanced in the mirror again, she wasn't just in the doorway. She was right next to me. I freaked out and left the room to go get some water, only to find her still lying next to my mom in the living room. This made me reconsider everything I've been experiencing. I think I may have multiple spirits here, one mimic and another that seems more benign. The benign one has been with me for a long time. When I was 12, during a really rough time in my life, I remember something throwing food at me during meals. At first, it felt annoying, but looking back, it almost seemed like it was trying to help in a weird way. Another time, when I'm crying in my room with a blanket over me, I felt the bed sink and something patting my back. I thought it was my brother, but when I yelled at him to stop, he called out from across the room, "I'm not touching you, I'm playing Fortnite." Pulled the blanket off, and sure enough, he was sitting at his desk on the other side of the room. But this kind of thing happened often. I'd feel the bed dip as though someone was sitting next to me, but it never scared me. I've also had a history of seeing things others can't. That was ever since I was a toddler. So maybe it's all connected. For now, I'm just trying to piece it all together. Is the mimic new? Is the benign spirit trying to protect me? I'm not sure. My house has felt so empty lately, like there's no energy in it other than mine. Until last week. I live at the mouth of a holler. I grew up here, so I know the rules pretty well. My mother, not so much. I have 2 coon hounds, and the other night during the floods, one of them was begging to go out. This was around 11 p.m. His tracking collar died, and by 2 a.m., my mom and I were out looking for him. Now, my mom is superstitious, but she doesn't take me seriously when I bring up things like, never whistle in the woods. If you hear something, no, you didn't. Of course, I remind her, and what's the first thing she does when we step outside? Whistles. I don't find it and decide to wait until somebody calls, and I go to bed. At around 4 a.m., I wake up and I start making coffee. I turn around and suddenly something feels off. The air feels heavy. The house feels different. I feel watched. Now our front door is broken, so sometimes it opens on its own. No big deal. But our back door? That one has 3 locks, and I triple-check them every night. Both doors were wide open. I shut them, grab something to protect myself, and scan the house. Nothing. This day goes on normally. My house isn't that old, but it was built badly, so critters sometimes sneak inside the walls. We also have a crawlspace underneath the house, but the drop is so heavy that nothing, not even a rat, could climb onto it. 2 days later, I get home from school. My brother is studying late at a friend's, and both my parents are at work. I'm completely alone. I go to the freezer to grab a popsicle when crack! Oh shit. First thought, the floor's collapsing. I freeze. But the floor feels sturdy. Next thought, a bear. But it's the dead of winter and there haven't been any sightings. Whatever it is, it sounds big, sounds heavy, and it's coming from beneath me, like something scratching or straight up munching on something down there. I call my parents and my dad says he'll check it out, but the entrance to the crawl space has been sealed for months. When he gets home, it's still intact. The next night, I pull an all-nighter because I'm drowning in math homework. At some point, I go to grab another popsicle, and as I open the freezer drawer, the stove light flickers. Weird, but maybe the bulb just needs changing. Then the overhead light flickers. Shit, the power's going out. Nope, power's fine. I have this thing where if anything even remotely seemed paranormal, I say, unless you want to pay rent, get out. I messed up. A cup falls off the counter. A cabinet swings open. I'm scared, but I refuse to let this thing get satisfaction. So I go to bed like nothing happened. The next night I actually try to get some sleep. And I've always been the type to wake up throughout the night, and at around 2 a.m., I feel it. Something is watching me from the window. I told my friend about everything. He said it sounds like a mimic, but I'm not in danger. It hasn't tried to hurt me. And honestly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm not looking for help, I just wanted to share. Also, I almost forgot about last night. I went outside to grab a cold water off the porch, and now I hate being outside after dark. Crackheads, mountain lions, and God knows what else. So obviously, I bring my dog with me. The water is about 10 steps away from the door. Easy, I walk over and grab it. My dog sprints to the end of the porch. He growls at nothing. I whip around with my dad's hunting light, praying that one of the rabbits just got out, and nope, nothing. Great, I'm gonna die. Practically have to drag my dog back inside, and once I do, the lights start flickering around me again. The paranormal activity throughout my family. I think I might have a generational issue with spirits in my family. My granny, mom, me, and my sister have all seen or had an encounter with spirits. Let me move my mic closer. Granny's my grandma encounter. She was lying down in her bed, and she seen, like a real person was there, her sister opened the screen door and walked through her old house. Now, at the time, she had a shared bunk bed with her sister. My granny had the top bunk and her sister had the bottom bunk. Whenever this happened, her sister was sleeping and had never went outside. This story may be a little bit messed up because I only heard it once. I would ask her about it, but she's passed since. I've been told this. My mother's encounter. My mom used a Ouija board. Nothing happened as she was using it. As she was lying down for bed, she'd seen this man in a white t-shirt above her bed. After she completely got rid of the board and never touched it again. She said that the guy in the closet used to make noises like moving stuff around and playing with her toys. That's all that she'd told me. She didn't like going into much details whenever it would play in her closet. My experience. I'm not going to go too much but my sister, or rather, into much of what? I'm not going to go into much of my sister. Well, that's good. But she experienced less things than me. I never had experiences with ghosts until I played the spiritual game with my old friends. I'll give you a short summary of what this game was, if you don't know what I'm talking about. This game's a 2-player game where y'all both use coins to ask yes or no questions. There's 2 major rules with this game. 1, to leave the game, y'all both have to get yes on the coins. 2, never spend or lose the coin after you use it. I'm not going to get too into the rules, I just want y'all to have the background knowledge of this game. Well, long story short, I played multiple games without ending them. I also lost my coin after 2 or 3 years. Losing a coin and spending is supposed to cause bad luck. Also, I didn't only play this game, I played other games that I didn't close them correctly. After all of these bad choices, I started to have paranormal experiences. These all ranged from stuff moving, hearing noises, doors, cabinets opening and shutting and knocking, running footsteps. Talking, whispers, bells ringing like the ones that are used when somebody might be buried alive. Growling, whistling, and scratches. I started seeing figures after all of this too. I named the figure I seen as the Tall Man. I've begun to see other apparitions, but none of them had as big of an impact compared to that figure. I'll attach a horribly drawn picture of the figure. Man, I wish I had that. That I drew myself. And by the way, he's taller than how he looks in the picture I drew. I would say he's about 8 feet tall. I have many stories I could tell, but there's so many that I have to pick and choose between them. I want that picture. Reoccurring paranormal nightmare overlapping with reality. A few years ago, my husband had a recurring paranormal nightmare for about a month that we'll never forget about. It made us wonder if it could have been more than just a dream. For a bit of context, he rarely remembers his dreams, and for his whole life it's been that way. So it seems unusual that he was able to clearly remember having this one almost every night for multiple consecutive weeks until something seemed to cause it to stop. He explained the nightmare would always begin the same way, with him standing in the hallway outside of her bedroom and seeing a demonic-looking creature. It would be clinging to the top of the wall in the corner of the hall. He described the creature as having the likeness of a frail human, staring at him through solid black eyes with pale white skin that was tightly stretched over a jagged and nearly skeletal frame. It crawled rapidly on all fours along the wall with sharp-pointed fingers in an apparently inhuman way. He would try to chase it down the hallway, and he would always wake up the exact moment before he could catch up to it. But one night, this changed. On the night when this happened, he remembers catching up to creatures and finally grabbing onto it with as much force as he could imagine. Suddenly, I was jolted awake by the horrific sound of a deep guttural scream coming from my husband while he was still asleep. I woke him up as quickly as I could. After helping him calm down, I asked him if it was the nightmare again, already afraid of the anticipated answer. Of course, he said that it was. But it was different than all the other times because he was able to grab the creature, yet he had no memory of what happened after he did. Considering the scream that he let out in his sleep, we were both kind of glad that he didn't remember and tried to put out of our minds so we could go back to sleep. A few nights later, while we were lying down, relaxing before bed, out of nowhere, our dog started intently growling at our closed bedroom door that led into the hallway, seemingly aware of something in the darkness behind the door. My husband hadn't experienced the reoccurring nightmare again in the few nights since the night when he screamed in his sleep, but I immediately thought about how this was the door that led into the hallway from his nightmare. I wondered if he did too. Growling was very unusual behavior for our dog, put us all on high alert that something was very wrong. So my husband grabbed a weapon and prepared to face a home intruder, or possibly something else behind the door. As our dog continued persistently growling at the closed door with the sense of fear and anxiety seeming to intensify as each second passed, my husband raised his weapon, threw open the door to the hallway when instantly there was an impossibly white flash of light. It was so bright that we couldn't see anything else in the hallway for the split second it occurred. It was almost unimaginable to comprehend the level of brightness. After it quickly returned to total darkness and our eyes started to readjust while trying to process what we witnessed, we noticed our dog was calm again and stopped growling completely. My husband turned on the hallway light, searched all around the house despite finding no sign of an intruder or any sort of being or person or pest or poltergeist. We're still not sure exactly what we experienced that night, but he hasn't had the nightmare again since this happened. Recently, I made an unsettling connection between this experience with something that my husband had told me happened in the same house before we met several years ago, and long before we ever started having the reoccurring nightmare. He told me about one night when he saw a quick glimpse of what appeared to be a pale white face outside of the window of the kitchen, which led to an enclosed back porch. It gave him a strong feeling of fear and led to the feeling of being paranoid at night more often. When I brought this up again, then asked about the creature in this reoccurring nightmare, he seemed very uncomfortable. He said that he hadn't thought about how the faces looked eerily similar until now. We'd like to think that the white light we saw was a guardian angel or a good spirit protecting us from something that, thankfully, no longer seems to be present. But I'd love to know what others think about this. There's something at my window. I, a 25-year-old male, grew up in a small village in rural England with both my parents and 2 siblings, 1 brother and 1 sister. I always loved the paranormal for the entertainment side, but never truly believed in myself. I watched debunking shows all the time, like Fact or Faked, and readily enjoyed arguments against experiences people had. Our house sat not far from local farmland. A few roads led to the entrance to the local woods, which separated the village from the fields next door. Everyone in my family had a story about an experience that they had had. My mum and sister both claimed to have seen a ghostly figure of a farmer peer around the door at them, but disappear quickly when they turned to look at him. My mum also claimed dreaming about twin girls standing over her bed at night. My dad never suffered from night terrors prior to moving to this house, but began in earnest around a year after we first moved in. My brother had less dramatic encounters, but claims the feeling of something in his bed one morning pressing down on his side with force. All of this I never believed, and I'm not sure I do even now. We're all avid horror lovers, and all of these felt to me like cheap versions of what you'd seen in a B-rated ghost movie. 14 years I lived in the house, never experiencing anything remotely odd or out of place. When I was 16, the first real strange thing happened. Our home was 3 floors in a very narrow terraced house. The first floor had my siblings' bedrooms, and the tool floor had mine and my parents'. As the stairs curved to the top, you immediately faced my parents' room, and turning 90 degrees right would face my own. After a movie, I was heading up to play video games for the evening. The lights were off on the top floor, but with a quick turn to my room, I didn't bother flicking them on, as I would usually just turn on my own after entering my room. As I approached the hallway point on the flight of stairs, there was an incredibly bright flash of blue light that highlighted the entire floor. Ordinarily, in the dark, you could only make out a few features of a room with the door open. But this light took the whole floor from night to day. The blue was striking, and I distinctly recall being able to see right through to the back wall of my parents' bedroom. The flash only lasted a few seconds, but I could clearly make out that it had originated from my bedroom. I did the bravest thing I could think of. Immediately turned 180 and legged it back downstairs. I remained down there for an hour or so and explained it as best as I could. I landed on the explanation that it was a police car and sirens on silent. But that would explain the blue and why it didn't last long. When my parents finally went to bed, I followed and was immediately greeted by my closed bedroom door. Where the hell had the light come from? I was creeped out, but I moved forward. Nothing else weird had happened, so I chalked it down to either the police car still flashing out of the doorframe or my wandering imagination. It didn't bother me again until about a month later. My girlfriend had come to stay the night. My parents were fairly relaxed, so even at 16 they were happy to let us stay at each other's homes at the weekends. We'd gone to sleep relatively early for our age, around 10 p.m. if I had to guess. I remember my eyes popping open at a strange sight. My room was exactly as it was when I'd gone to sleep. My girlfriend sound asleep next to me. Everything matched completely down to the crack in the curtain. Through this crack in the curtain, I could make out 2 black eyes staring back at me. They did not move, nor blink, but I could tell that they were focused on me. I couldn't move, but I began to hyperventilate. My breathing was growing heavier, and I could feel panic setting in. I didn't feel panicked at not being able to move. It was that it was looking at me. It didn't speak, move, or make any indication of what it was. I just felt petrified, almost as if I knew what was out there wanted to hurt me. My girlfriend woke me up in hysterics, saying that I'd started mumbling incoherently in my sleep before beginning to panic and thrash. I didn't realize I'd done any of that. I only woke to her shaking me. But I remember that dream so vividly. I remember it now almost 9 years later. What helps me remember it so vividly was the fact it happened again. 9 years I lived in my life and moved with my beautiful girlfriend into our now home. Everything had been normal. Finished uni, got a job, got a house. I was planning for the future. It was a work night, so myself and my partner went to bed at normal time. Tucked in at around 9:30 p.m. Both read our respective books, and around 10 we both kissed goodnight and went to sleep. I woke in the night, unable to move. Room the same as it was, and again, 2 black eyes through the crack in the curtain staring right at me. The hyperventilating began, and again I panicked at what this thing wanted. As I panicked, I noticed a blue light begin to fill the room to my right. I couldn't turn to see, but I knew the doorway sat right by my head, and that's where the light was coming from. I shot awake suddenly, covered in sweat, at about 5 a.m. I don't know if I had mumbled or thrashed in my sleep, as my partner was still zonked out by the time, I looked around the room. Nothing out of place or different, but I couldn't shake that panic that I felt looking at that thing. It had been the exact panic I felt 9 years earlier in my childhood room. This was 4 days ago. Hasn't stopped playing on my mind since. I usually work from home, but I've been heading into the office every day this week. I told my parents it's because we have important project deadlines as a team, but really, I don't want to be in that house anymore. I've ordered clothes pegs from Amazon to ensure the curtains are fully closed tonight. Staying awake lasts to do it without having to explain why I am awake. As a kid, I put it down to overactive imagination, but I know what I saw in that window was the same thing as nearly a decade ago, and I don't want it to come back. Paranormal things that have happened to me. Okay, so I'm just going to start off from well, I'll just read it. Okay, so I'll start off from the very start. It's probably around 7. I was just chilling watching YouTube in my basement. Not even any thong paranormal, but I got paranoid and froze. I didn't want to move, but I turned my head and saw a green face of a lady. So I broke out of the trance I was and I ran upstairs. That was about it in that house since I was so little. The house is where it experienced more. B and my brother were sitting in the basement talking when this cushion was propped up against this filing cabinet. All of the sudden it fell. When it fell and made a bang. Something that a cushion wouldn't do by just falling, and the only thing it would have hit was the closet door, which doesn't make a metal clang sound. When I had company over, we decided to play hide-and-seek in the dark. This was around 11 p.m. When I was seeking, I heard footsteps and whispering of some sort coming from the basement. So I went down and instantly got paranoid. But here, I searched the whole thing, and no one was there. They were all upstairs in the bedrooms. Also, in the same night, we were walking down my hallway, which has a mirror at the end, and I was walking with the people and saw a pale white face at my hips. This happened in the same room as the cushion falling, And that room also happens to have a dresser with mirrors facing each other, which some people call a portal. My friend said that she saw a tall man wearing a suit in one of the mirrors, and I instantly believed her, because I've always felt uneasy. And not only uneasy, but also cautious about going in that room. This is the last story in this house, besides me just getting paranoid and freezing up. But that's how boring it was in my room, looking out my window. My door was a crack open. I saw something crouching down and a face looking at me. So I laughed and looked at it for like 5 seconds and said, "Dad," because I thought it was my dad. My door just slammed shut. So I went downstairs, told my dad, because that's where I last saw him, and I asked him if it was him, and he said no. But when I kept interrogating him, he said that it was just get me to stop asking. So I went back to look out of my window, and my door slammed shut again, but I didn't even look a bit, it just happened. So I went back downstairs, asked him, but he was still in the same position, and there's no way he could have gotten downstairs so fast. Last story. This is only a couple of months old. I was in my room watching videos when my cat turned his head and twitched his ears. So I paused my video and I listened. I heard a man talking. So I stood up, grabbed the only weapon, my X-Acto knife, on its last piece, and I went out of my room, but it was dark and no one was there. I know it's nothing crazy and exciting. I just wanted to share and get your thoughts. I've held on to these for so long. Fourth of July weekend, and living next to a graveyard. Let me start off by saying I wish this was fake. I never really had any paranormal experiences beside the occasional thinking you hear or see something that isn't there. But that can be broken down and explained. Tiredness or medication. I've lived next to a Civil War graveyard for nearly 6 years now. Never had any experience or cool stories to tell. Well, I do now. There was nothing special about last weekend. Everything felt normal. I carried out my daily routine, waking up, feeding the dogs, spot cleaning the house, and catching up on a random show I decided to start on Netflix. Evening comes, and I haven't been any more productive, so I decided I'd take the dogs for a walk, which they happily ran to the door for me to harness them up. We began our walk at around 7:30 p.m., decided to take a different route around the elementary school. It was across the street from the graveyard. Why somebody would put an elementary school across from a graveyard, I have no idea. We loop around the school and then around the graveyard afterwards, since it's a sidewalk that makes a perfect circle around. And the dogs also love watching the birds near the graves. There's always so many pretty birds. Anyways, we're walking around and we're on our second lap when I feel a tug on my shirt that I shrugged off. As stupid as this sounds, I decided that it was cool to carry a backpack thinking that I could bring snacks and drinks and spend a good while outdoors. That doesn't sound stupid at all. I mentioned this to lead to the reason that sparked my suspicion of foul play. After shrugging off the tug on my shirt, I later felt like something was lifted and dropped in my backpack while I was standing still. I again felt it was weird and shrugged it off, and I came up with a reasonable excuse or explanation as to why. It had to be a water bottle or something. I finished our 5th lap. I stopped for some water before heading home. I reached around, brought my backpack in front of me to find it unzipped. I again paid it no mind and drank my water and went home. I let the dogs run inside and went to use the bathroom to start a shower. I had started feeling a bit weird in the shower. I figured it was heat exhaustion, so I switched the water to cool, and then I felt something scrape straight down the middle of my back, and I lost it. What in the actual hell? Again, I never believed in the whole paranormal thing, but as I jumped out of the shower, I noticed all my clothes are now missing from the bathroom and the door handle was stuck. Finally got it open. I ran straight to my bedroom and I locked the door. The dogs followed me and we were growling low, or rather, they were, at the door, and it felt as if my back was on fire. I ignored it because I was terrified and thought someone broke into the house or was messing with me. I heard a whining noise outside of the door, followed by what sounded like an old guy laughing creepily. This continued for what felt like forever, but in reality was maybe 2 minutes at most. I then heard a loud thud at the door. I waited a while and then opened it up to see my backpack thrown at my door. I dragged it in and locked the door one more. Inside my bag was flowed from the gravesite. 4th of July flowers. So inside their bag was flowers from the gravesite. 4th of July flowers. My stomach dropped and I actually puked. Grabbed my phone, called my husband. He got home fairly quick and we watched the cameras to only see nothing. We have indoor cameras as well. You can see the bag being thrown against the door, but the footage was weird. It glitched only to show it hit the door. The whole thing has been eating me and keeping me up. I keep dreaming of a dark figure and a laugh. Can't wrap my head around it and even went to stay with my mom for a few days after. I'm struggling to understand and I find it hard to believe something like this has happened. Was it paranormal or can it be explained? I wish I could chop it up to being an intruder, honestly. Because if not, what being follows me home? Did it leave? And will it stay? I'm calling someone to cleanse the house, and I'll update you. From one skeptic to another, please don't make fun of believers. I did, and it wasn't until this that I understood the possibilities of what lies unseen. Now I want to chop it up. Tell me your opinion. First, I want to share some background. Since I was young, I've been afraid to stay alone and in the dark. I often feel like someone is watching me, but nobody else in my family has this problem or believes in spirits. When I was born, my parents moved to a new rented house. We stayed there for about 1 year. During that time, I was very ill for almost the entire year, according to my mom. Later, my parents found out that the previous tenants had a family issue, and the wife had committed suicide by setting herself on fire. When I was 17, I asked my mom about my reoccurring dreams where I was in a house that people would lock and set on fire. She then told me the story about the incident in the rented house. I was shocked because my dreams were similar to what had actually happened. In 2011, my dad's brother's daughter, who was physically handicapped, passed away at the age of 18. The doctors had already mentioned that her lifespan would be short. My dad mentioned that night after her death, I talked to her in my sleep and indicated how close she was to me. In 2011 to 2012, I started having nightmares, most often involving someone taking over my body or troubling me during sleep paralysis. Sometimes it felt like someone was sitting on my chest or walking around. These occurrences happened once or twice every 6 months, so I'd usually ignore them. In 2022, while studying law, I faced the possibility of a year back due to a strict guideline. When the college said it wasn't possible to avoid the year back, I lost hope. However, I recalled my relatives discussing that praying at my sister's grave could solve problems. As a last hope, I prayed with dedication, promising to visit her grave even though I never went inside since it was always closed. The next day, the year-back system was removed, and I felt it was a coincidence. Later, I prayed with dedication for my brother to go abroad, and within a week he did. Whenever I prayed with dedication, it seemed to work. However, in the past few months, I've been struggling to sleep. I often wake up between midnight and 2 or 3:30 a.m. feeling a strong negative energy. My whole family's in a deep sleep, and I frequently have dreams of snakes' possession or someone staring at me. I also get small injuries or scratches that I don't remember happening. A couple of weeks back, I woke up at 2:15 a.m., felt a negative energy, and left my room. Everyone was in a deep sleep, and nobody was using their phone. I sat in the hall, scrolled through a few reels, and thought of sleeping at 3 or 4 a.m. I decided to meditate, but suddenly heard a scary noise 30-45 seconds in my right ear. It caused me to panic. I checked my phone, which was on silent. My family was still asleep with their phones off. I felt it was a paranormal experience. Since then, I have not been able to sleep at night, and now sleep between 4 and 5 a.m. I can't tell my family because they won't believe me. I think I may have invited a spirit. Childhood hauntings. Since I just stumbled into this subreddit, and after reading some of your posts, I decided to share my own experience when I was young. This story I've kept for 25 years. I'm a bit reserved to share it, though I have shared it with some of my closest friends in the past. Now I realized maybe this is the right time to at least post it here in the web, and God knows who finds it in the future. I might have similar experiences growing up. So here it goes. I was in the 4th grade when my family decided to relocate to a neighborhood somewhere in Asia. This was due to my father's work that we kept relocating. So it all started when we finally chose the house where we'd be staying for another year. There were 2 things about this house that was already a red flag. First, it was near a very big tree. That's a green flag. In Asia, there's this belief that big old trees can be home for spirits or familiars not from our world. Though this belief has slowly been forgotten through the ages, some old folks still believe in them. Second, when the renovation was going on in the front porch, the workers dug up skeletons. Now, if you're a believer in the paranormal, you'll already run for the hills after finding these. But for us, being a non-believing family, we just shrug it off. Besides, we already paid a lot for the renovations. After the house was done, we decided to stay. After a couple of months, I think it was around 3 months, strange things started happening. One of the strange things, as told by my mother and uncle, was during one afternoon my uncle went to visit. They kept hearing footsteps on the rooftop. My mother, thinking it was some big cat, since we were in Asia, just ignored it. But after some time, they kept hearing it again and again, so they decided to check it. So when the quote-unquote walking started again, my uncle quickly climbed up the backyard roof, hoping to find any animal. To his surprise, there was nothing on the roof. But at the same instant, they could hear the walking. The walking sound, as described by my mother, sounded like a person, as the sound was too heavy to be a cat. My uncle, scared as shit, pale as fuck, jumped off the roof and ran home. He just told my mom he needed to go home as soon as possible without any other reason. We also had a dog at that time. Now remember the tree I mentioned earlier. Our dog was tied near that tree most of his life while we were staying at the house. Now, for the strangest reason that my father can't figure out was why our dog just randomly barks at this tree at daytime. Then when nighttime comes, he would just cry and couldn't sleep near that damn tree. And this happened a lot. My dad got so annoyed he decided to move him away from that tree. We also had a maid at this time, and so far as I remember, she keeps reporting weird things happening in that house. My parents would just shrug it off or sometimes ignore her. Though I can't remember most of them. Our maid left us after 4 months without telling us a specific reason. In the back of my parents' minds, it was due to things she experienced. Now, things were getting serious. So remember the bones that got dug up during the renovation? My father, after experiencing all of this weird shit happening, decided to research our house and neighborhood. His hunch was right. The place where we lived was a former dump site for massacre victims during the 1970s. Skeletons wasn't just found on our house, but also on the neighboring houses. Knowing that, he decided we should move and as soon as possible. Now, the story didn't end here, though. During our final night, there is the finale of the hauntings. The night my parents and our front neighbor heard what seems to be chains being dragged in the pathway. The sound was going back and forth and back and forth. My father took a peek, and to his surprise, nothing was there. My father, scared as balls, took out his pistol, thinking it was some thief trying to break in, but damn, he couldn't see anything. The chain-dragging phenomenon happened around the crack of dawn. When the sun rose up, my father asked our front door neighbor if they heard the noise. They confirmed it as well and were also scared. Left around afternoon during that day. Now I'm old, and so far there were no more strange phenomena when I was growing up, thank goodness. You might believe my story or not, and it's really up to you. For those who have similar experiences, I'd love to hear your stories. Finally, I can pin this story somewhere. Strange sleep paralysis dream. I will preface this story by saying that while I'm very interested in the paranormal and love the idea of a world more interesting and unknowable, I personally have never had an experience that I would deem truly paranormal. Never experienced a ghost, never seen a UFO, or spotted a cryptid in the woods. I don't practice astral projection or lucid dreaming, and I've rarely taken psychedelics or other mind-altering substances. I'm fairly substance-free, and I've never suffered from any mental impairments or conditions, nor does my family to my knowledge. Also, I don't chronically suffer from sleep paralysis. Aside from this strange experience, I've only ever experienced sleep paralysis one other time, and it was not accompanied by strange dreams or figures or other common sleep paralysis symptoms other than an inability to move and difficulty breathing. Now, on to the story. This happened several years ago, so admittedly my memory may be fuzzy, but it left such an impression on me that I tend to have a pretty clear image of the dream in my mind even today. I went to sleep as I would any other night, with my dog barking at another dog. As far as I can remember, there was nothing notable about the day before or that night because I went to sleep. As stated above, I've never astral projected or lucid dreamed, and most of my dreams have that clear, dreamlike quality. However, I awoke within my dream and I felt so lucid and real, almost as though I was awake. When I, quote-unquote, awoke, I was standing in a large, standard-looking office conference room. There was a large, glossy wooden conference table at the center, surrounded by black, leather-wheeled office chairs. It was carpeted with a short blue carpet, and the walls were not otherwise noteworthy. I do not recall any doors or exits. One wall was dominated by screens, sort of like a video call setup you'd seen in movies in like a war room type situation. All of the smaller screens were turned off, and there was a larger central screen that had some sort of screensaver of a rotating silver rune or sigil. My memory of the symbol is really hazy, but I feel as though it may have been similar in shape or font as the Majin M that you might be familiar with Dragon Ball Z. The most notable thing about this scene, however, was the entity standing in the corner opposite to me. I cannot remember if it was examining something on the wall, simply facing the wall, or otherwise manipulating something, but its back was to me. It was humanoid and very tall, and I'm 5'6", had to have been 2 or 3 heads taller than me. It was androgynous, but I leaned toward a description of male and glowed with an inner white light. Its face was vaguely human, but all of its orifices shed this bright white glow. My best comparison would be Dr. Manhattan from the Watchmen movie, except with a white light instead of a blue one. More vague facial structure, and while naked, no genitalia, just smooth like a doll. This entity turned toward me after I noticed it, and I was immediately washed over with an overwhelming fear. Not fear for my life, but the kind of fear you get when you've done something wrong and you know your parents just caught you. Like I was about to get into big trouble. But my life wasn't in danger. It moved its mouth as though it was speaking, but all I heard was the sound of TV static. I was so scared that I was glued to the spot, and without moving it appeared that the entity somehow approached me in an instant. Its mouth and eyes widened as it kind of towered over me. The internal white glow got very bright, and my senses were overwhelmed by the sound of TV static. I immediately woke up, but was in a state of sleep paralysis. That same fear was still in my mind, but it started to fade and I had light spots as though I had been staring at a light bulb. I regained my control and breathing, thought to myself that was really strange, grabbed my phone and wrote the experience down, then went back to sleep to an otherwise dreamless rest. I have never seen the Watchmen movie, just clips and memes, but I immediately made the comparison. I've not seen this entity or any similar entities in my dreams since, nor have I had sleep paralysis since. I don't like to express feelings because that really holds no basis for what actually happened to me. But thinking back on the experience, my mind always makes the jump to divine, whether angels or gods, almost instinctually when I think of the experience. This is noteworthy because I'm generally atheist. Though I'm open spiritually to paranormal stuff, my lack of experience has left me squarely in the agnostic, skeptic mindset. Tripped on that one. I usually joke to myself that I accidentally astral projected into God's boardroom and an angel janitor yelled at me to get out. The immediate feeling I had about the experience were that I was in trouble, but not life-threatening. That I had seen something or been somewhere I wasn't allowed. Perhaps this is just a really lucid nightmare that resulted in sleep paralysis. But this is in my mind, is literally the only experience that I feel I've ever had that borders on paranormal. Anyway, if anybody has ever had any similar experiences or dreams or knows something about the things I described that I missed, please let me know. I've not shared this experience with really anyone other than my girlfriend who inspired me to make this post about it. Experienced multiple shadow figures. I, a male of 32, actually have a few ghost stories that all happened when I was younger. The first one happened when I was 6. The second one was when I was 17, and the last one was when I was 20. When I was a kid, my dad worked for a funeral company, ended up getting a good deal on an apartment that was just above a funeral home. As a kid, I wasn't scared and actually thought it was interesting to see a corpse, even though I was little and didn't really understand the impact of death yet. In the room that my little brother, who was 4 at the time, and I were staying in, that's where the cremation furnace chimney ran through the wall near our beds, and the only window in the room. One night around Christmas time, I heard something out in the living room. So as a curious excited kid, I wanted to see what was going on. Maybe my dad was awake and getting something from the kitchen. Maybe our cat was messing with the tree. I opened the door to our bedroom and couldn't really see anything other than what was barely lit from the dim lights of the Christmas tree. I walked a little further down the hallway where I could now see the tree on our swivel rocking chair, which was facing the tree. I noticed someone was sitting in the chair, but couldn't make out who it was. I took one more step closer and the person turned the chair toward me. I immediately noticed it was a completely black figure with no face and a top hat. Darted straight back to my room. After shutting the door behind me, I went over and woke up my brother. I remembered telling him about what I saw and convinced him to come out and look for himself. I took the flashlight that we had in our closet and gripped it tightly in my hand as we opened the door. We slowly walked down the hallway where we ducked down behind a piece of furniture that was there up against the wall. I pointed over to the chair, which was turned back around again, and pointed to the flashlight toward the figure, which was still there. Told my brother I'd count down from 3, turn the flashlight on. But as I was telling him, the figure turned around in the chair and stood up. We both quickly ran back to our room, shut the doors. We could both feel this figure getting closer, like it was chasing us. We both ended up going to bed after talking about what had just happened. But I don't remember anything like that happening again until I was 18. When I was in high school, I worked with my dad, who was a handyman. That was on the side to save some money. We had one client who hired us to mow and clean up his yard about once a week. He lived out in a wooded area with a lot of trees and acreage, which I hated going to because we could see bears and snakes out there. The client had a small tool shed near the front of his property, which was behind some trees and was sort of a weird place. One day, as my dad was finishing up some stuff, I went and waited for him in the car. As I was sitting there, I could see the shed, and standing next to it was a tall black figure. Quickly went under the shed, and I yelled out to my dad. He came over, and I told him to be careful because I thought it was a bear. We went home. I thought nothing more of it. The next time we went to the client's house, I was cleaning around the shed and I noticed there was no hole or anything around it. Nothing as big as I saw could have gone under this thing. So I told my dad about it later. He told me that every time he would drive the mower around the shed, it would shut off, and one time the belt even flew off of it. I went with him as he went to collect the payment from the client, and my dad playfully brought up what happened with us, and the guy got completely quiet. He apologized for not telling us, but confessed that the shed belonged to his wife, who was keeping it as a reminder of her father who had passed away. Apparently, her father practiced Santeria, which is worshipping spirits. Also passed in the shed, and is who I may have seen standing next to it that day. The last time I saw something was a couple of years later. It may have been my fault. The house I was staying in belonged to an older couple who owned the place for 4 years or so. They had a literal graveyard in their backyard with every pet they ever had. I don't remember how many there were, but it was more than 20. That's a lot of pets. One day, I'm doing some yard work, and I was cleaning up in that area, and I remember that I felt really cold for a moment or two, but didn't really pay it any mind. That night, I had to get up to pee, which I do almost every night because I drink a lot of water, I think, and I saw a black figure sitting at the kitchen table. The table was right outside my bedroom, which was closest to the dining room, and my brother's room was closest to the bathroom. When I headed back to my room, I didn't see the figure sitting there anymore, and I went to bed. Try next morning, I told my brother what happened, and he explained to me that he woke up in the middle of the night to footsteps in his room, which he thought was a dream. I don't believe in ghosts, but I do believe in interdimensional beings, which is what I maybe saw, and maybe they were attracted to death for some reason, which is why people see them mostly at cemeteries or places where people were killed. Anyways, those are my stories. And the end of the stories for this evening. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Welcome to Paranormal M, where thrilling tales of the unexplained take center stage. Subscribe now and turn notifications for your weekly dose of mystery. Let the haunting begin. Shadow figures and my personal theory. Part 1. The experiences. In my early 20s, I started experiencing sleep paralysis, accompanied by a dark shadow figure. Sometimes it would just stand there, and other times I felt like it was trying to pull my soul out of my body or something. This would happen every now and then until I was in my 30s. And while it freaked me out when it happened, I didn't put much thought into making it stop, nor had I ever described it to anyone. In my mid-30s, I was visiting a friend in Colorado and sleeping in the same room with him. In the morning, he described that he woke up in the middle of the night and swore he saw a shadowy figure crouched on top of me while I was sleeping, and appeared to be eating me. He said he shooed it away by yelling at it and went back to sleep. He thought it was creepy, but assumed it was a weird dream and went about her day. After my spiritual awakening, which I'll describe more in part 2, I figured out how to make this stop. But a couple of more things that happened after that. A dream or so after I figured out how to make it stop, my brother randomly told me about his own experiences with the shadowy figure that haunted him that were similar to my experiences, and even described some of the same figures I saw. I also saw many describe them here. I drew some of them in one of my old journals, which I might go get and post pictures of later. Finally, after I figured out how to make them stop, I had a dream or other dimensional experience where these entities threatened to come after my daughter if I didn't, quote-unquote, let them off their leash, so to speak. I told them to try it and went on with my life. Unfortunately, a couple of years later, when my daughter was about 8, she did start having visual hallucinations, as her therapist described them, though she herself called them monsters or shadow creatures. It became so severe that we had to put her in therapy because she would not be in any room by herself and started having behavioral issues. I think the therapy helped, of course, but in the same way somebody described here, I confronted the shadow figures and told them to back the fuck up off my daughter and come for me if they were going to come for anyone. Eventually, we got this under control as well. However, not long ago, she's 10 now, I was walking by her room, and I saw a shadow figure shaped as a deformed cat jumping off of her bed. I asked her later if she still saw them, and she said that she did, but that she was no longer scared of them. The creepiest thing about that conversation is that I never told her I saw the shadow figure. It looked like a cat jumping off of her bed. Didn't want to scare her. But in that same conversation, she told me she had named him Shadow Cat. Part 2. The Resolve. So, my theories on the shadow figures. After I got out of a very abusive relationship, I started doing shadow work as a way to self-heal and growth. This sent me down a spiritual journey rabbit hole. But long story short, I started reading a bunch of Carl Jung, which led me to my other archetypes, meditation, and many other spiritual theories. On a surface level, shadow work is about being able to recognize, accept, and understand the dark traits of your soul. Anger, jealousy, narcissism. How to control them and or accept them as part of you. Through this quote-unquote shadow work, I started being able to summon and confront these shadows or demons through deep meditations. The shadow figures are a part of you. They're the darkest parts of your soul and energy. And when you try to suppress them or ignore their existence, they'll try other ways to get out. This is often expressed through short tempers, fear, anxiety, self-destructive behaviors. Children, those who are perhaps going through something difficult, which makes you sensitive, those stuck in the in-between of awake and sleep, and those who just naturally have extrasensory abilities, see these shadows in their physical form. They also feel them physically or feel them consuming the part of them that is light. They want to be the ones in total control. If you confront them in meditations, they'll offer you the world to let them have this control. In everyday situations, it's more simple. Have you ever felt or thought, if I just punched this motherfucker in the face and got revenge, all would be right in the world? The answer for making this conflict stop is balance. You must accept and understand all parts of yourself, even the dark parts of yourself, to keep them from haunting you and trying to consume you. I started calling this putting my shadow on a leash. Like, I'm angry, but I shouldn't feel angry. This is unacceptable behavior to society. I'm angry and I should feel angry. This is the part of my soul telling me I'm being mistreated. With my daughter, through therapy and my own shadow work with her, she's learned not to fear her dark night of the soul. However, I believe she can still see the shadows sometimes because she hasn't learned how to regulate her emotions, fully accept these parts of herself, or integrate them. She's only 10 after all. The shadows knows this as well. Why they still wait to consume her light, and she still sees Shadowcat, though she does not fear them like she used to. A ghost warning me from a psycho. Hello. So about a week ago, me and my friend went ghost hunting in an abandoned house, or more like a hut, big like 3 family cars. It was located in a forest. It was abandoned from the year 2001 because of newspapers I found in there. We went there at sunset, planning to be there for about an hour, and we got some activity on the EMF detector and on the spirit box. That's where we found out that the past owner's name was Peter. After half an hour in the building, we heard footsteps outside, and the conversation went like this. Me. Is there someone outside? Ghost. Yes, me. Is the person alive? Ghost. Yes, me. Is that person a danger to us? Yes, me. Does the person want to hurt us? Yes, me. Is there a reason why does he want to hurt us? No, me. Is he armed with a dangerous weapon? Yes, me. Should we leave? Yes. So after that, we heard a person outside. He wasn't even talking to us, so me and my friend got out of the building. We were almost an hour in the building by that. Someone shined a bright flashlight on my friend when he'd leave the building. After both of us leaved the building, and or left, went through a hole in the fence that we entered the property with, there was a fat guy, probably 50, with a big dog. He started talking to us and asking what we were doing there and if there was more people. After we told him the truth, he started saying that we should go, and we apologized. But then the guy pulled out a fucking machete and he started threatening us that he will kill us. He literally said how he would stab us with it. We're not even 18, so he was threatening minors that he will stab them even after we apologized like 10 times and he didn't even know if somebody owned it. He said, "I don't know who owns it." As we're backing out, this guy told us to come there the next day and fix the fence that's broken for like 2 years, and I had a broken arm. What? He wanted a person with a broken arm to fix a fence that isn't his. What was the guy even thinking? So, after that we walked away, and of course he never showed up to fix the fence. But the crazy thing about it is that the ghost warned us about the guy getting every detail correct, because he didn't even have a reason to harm us. I think he's just some idiotic psychopath who's enjoying threatening people that are more vulnerable than him. Stabbing with a machete, that's new. Peculiar sleep paralysis apparition. This happened a few days ago. I was staying in Florida for a while with this girl. We were staying at her dad's, and she hated being at her dad's. She hated staying in her room, to the point while she was staying there with me, we'd sleep in a tent in the yard. We had gotten into a fight, and she went to stay with her daughter's father again. I stayed in her room while I saved up the money to go back north. One night I woke up sometime around 2-3 a.m. laying on back on one of the 2 love seats in her room. The room was dark, and on the opposite corner of the room from me was a closet and wardrobe with no door protruding from the wall. It barely had the room for a full person to stand inside it. Not even a minute after, I had opened my eyes and I felt an overwhelming weight on my entire body, and at the same time I had seen a face poke around opening in the closet. It crept out of the closet, and its full form was upper body, and it was an old woman, but the lower body of a baby that was proportionate with the rest of its body. Good comment, Gecko. It slowly made its way around the perimeter, walking almost as a baby and an old lady at the same time. That tracks. Made its way until it was at my feet, looking over at me almost confused, as if I wasn't the person it was expecting. It almost felt as if it was warning me. I shouldn't have been there. Then I turned away and made its way back to the closet. Almost instantaneously as it disappeared back into the closet, the weight on my chest dissipated, and a sense of relief washed over me. But within the same minute, the weight returned as I saw the same face poking back out of the closet. I somehow jarred myself fully awake and sitting before her and had a chance to lock me back in for another round. Turned on the light, checked the closet. Shortly after this experience, a neighbor informed that she had seen this apparition multiple times herself. She had lives there. She had lives. She had lived there since she was a child. And the girl's 60-plus dad had also moved in there around the same time. Then a conversation with her dad raised my suspicions, or, as they put it, suspension, that he had an attraction to children. Ugh. Funny and then gross. I left very shortly after this, without really much warning to anyone. It wasn't until recently I made the connection between my suspicions and the apparition. Residual energy can manifest as spirits with appearances related to the act that left the energy. Do you guys think that the spirit was the residual energy of heinous acts against children occurring in this house? I've never experienced anything like this before, or anything like it since, and it still bothers me. It makes me feel sick to this day when I think about the apparition. Please help me understand what's going on. Hi, I'm a programmer who likes taking walks. And sometimes on my walks, something very strange happens. I'm not sure if this is even the correct place to post this, but I feel like I've gone through other avenues and like speaking to mental health professionals who told me this is not a mental health related problem. I was wondering if anybody had experienced or knows anybody who experienced something similar. Or at least if someone has some explanation about what's happening to me. I'd really like to hear because I feel like I'm losing my mind. The problem. When I'm out on my walks with my dog, occasionally I will hit with what will feel like a distant memory. The odd thing is, the memories of the current place and seemingly the current time period. However, the memory feels ancient, even and possibly old, given I'm only 33 and these memories feel like they're from earlier than that. Not only that, I have no words to describe how high definition that memory is, and how weirdly interactive it is. The only way I can describe it is by comparing our reality to that of a PlayStation 1 game. This reality looks like a badly rendered PlayStation 1 game by comparison. The place in the memory is the same place, but there's so much feeling of belonging, home, and love that resonates strongly from these memories. So what about it? The memories seem to not be tied to an event or a person, but they're tied to places and smells and triggered by places and smells. They come with a deeper sense of home and belonging and love. Love than anything I can usually remember, a stronger sense of familiarity, and overwhelming happiness to quote-unquote be back. Or so the emotions would indicate. In the past, they were just flashes of picture filled with like layers of emotion, and now the memories can last of maybe up to around 10 seconds or so. I can look around and remember things are impossible, but when I leave the immersion, I forget them like a dream. But I remember having remembered them, even if I don't remember them now. Make sense? Doesn't make any sense to me anyway. My thoughts. Well, initially I thought I'm going crazy. Time to talk to a mental health professional. They assured me it doesn't sound mentally health related. It sounded like a strong imagination. I started finding out what else it could be. Since I know for a fact I could not have willingly imagined such a higher definition place because it seems impossible to imagine until you saw it. And so it seems to line up uncomfortably well with simulation theory. But if it's a simulation, then it feels like this reality has bugs or is breaking apart slowly in general. I would personally rather be a mental health problem, or even something paranormal, than breaking down a simulation for obvious reasons. But I do feel like this world feels less and less real to me every time it happens, which happens 2 or 3 times a week, by the way. Always on my walks, and always triggered by a combination of location and smell. There seems to be no reoccurring spot, and I cannot reproduce it purposefully. Please give me your thoughts if you know anything, or if this sounds like something familiar or similar to something. Please tell me what you think it could be, or even ideas how to trigger it to happen again, or to keep me there for longer. That's because these 10 seconds is just not enough each time. I just want to feel that sensation of home, belonging, and love again. But I'm unknowing and distrustful of what's even happening. Boyfriend saw and heard me, but I wasn't actually there. So this happened about 4 years ago or so. I was dating a man who was an extreme skeptic when I've always been 100% a believer, even with only one personal paranormal experience before. This is a cool story for another time. He and I had been dating for about 3 years at this point. I've always had a rule about no pranking, scaring, or tricking my partner. I've always been completely honest with him. He had the same values with me. Despite him being a non-believer, to this day he's always said what he experienced in this story was completely unfabricated, and to his dissatisfaction he still has no explanation for this event, even though he's mulled it over far too many times in the past years, even after we had ended things between us. He still maintains his skeptic status, but if you ask him to logically explain this incident without paranormal activity of some kind involved, all he says is, "I don't know." Now let me tell you what actually happened. If anybody has had a similar experience, or if they can offer any insight into this, I'd love to hear it. One afternoon, I was getting ready to go out on a date with said boyfriend. I like to do heavy makeup looks for fun when I go out. So, per usual, I'm standing at my mirror on the dresser, creating some eyeshadow look, which notoriously took a bit of time. My boyfriend decided to go outside while I did this. He wanted to clean up the back porch. So, about 15 minutes into me doing my makeup while listening to some songs, played Outlook on my Google Home, but not singing out loud because I didn't want to mess up my makeup. My boyfriend comes barreling in the front door, rushes to where I'm at in my room. He's completely out of breath, looking at me expectantly with teary eyes, and as if I'm supposed to know what it is that had him in this state, which for context, he was the least emotional person I've ever dated. I'd only ever seen him cry about 5 times in our whole 4-year relationship, so I'm confused as hell. As if to try to make any more sense to me, he just yells, "What's wrong?" Still looking frantic and out of breath, I of course just say, "What?" He repeats himself again, just looking at me. I asked him what had him acting so uncharacteristically freaked out, but he's acting like I should obviously know. Confusion between us continues until I get him to explain what he's trying to ask me. His version of events in those few moments when he went outside was this. Says that he went to the yard and was moving fallen limbs and things into a pile as I was getting ready. A couple of minutes go by until he's interrupted by me, apparently, standing at our sliding glass door that overlooks the part of the yard he's in. He said that I looked extremely distressed. He could see my face very clearly, and that I looked scared. He then heard me bang on the door to get his attention, and it was as if something was urgent. Then heard my voice yell from inside, "Get in the house! I need you now! Come here, come here!" He doesn't hesitate, figuring something was very wrong or that I might be in danger somehow. Which, when I see him coming inside, I thought he was pranking me. I hadn't moved from where I was at, and the curtain on the sliding glass door was covered still. But like I mentioned before, it was not in our nature to joke like that. He thinks the same thing of me when I said I've been standing in the front of my dresser the entire time. I had him repeat these events, and he did so, sounding just as freaked out as he initially did. He said that he saw very clearly me, full body. Distinctly heard my voice, which he said he could never mistake my voice for someone else's, like a neighbor. He said he watched my mouth yell these words to him, and I looked like I was the one freaking out. There's nothing there when he looked for me in the living room next to said door and found me in the room holding a makeup palette in one hand and brush in the other. I wasn't even singing along to the music I had playing, so it's not like he heard my singing and mistook it for whatever just happened. Nothing like that had ever happened between us since. Fast forward a few years to my next boyfriend. I still lived in the same house. I told him this story when we were first getting to know each other, as I've always thought it was interesting. He was a mild believer in the paranormal activity, but didn't have any stories of his own. A few months until us dating after he started coming to my house often, he had his own experience. He was out to his car at night and had just sat down in it. He had been out there a few moments while I was inside watching TV in bed. He comes in a couple of minutes later looking confused and asked me why I had stepped outside or had called for him, which I did not. Then he tells me that it's weird that I didn't because he heard my voice distinctly, almost in his ear while he was in his car smoking. He said that he heard me say as clear as day, "What is that?" in a sort of upset tone. When he turned around expecting me to see, or rather for expecting me, When he turned around expecting me to see me, there was nothing. He thought about what just happened for a few seconds before getting out of the car and coming directly inside to see if it somehow was really me. What's the saying? Fool me once, fool me what now? The Moose Man. Wendigo. When I was a child, my family would go to my grandmother's house for Thanksgiving. I was one of the youngest of my cousins, of which there's a large group. My grandmother had a secluded home, backed up to expansive woods. Her house was adorned with Native American artwork and artifacts. My cousins and I would go off and explore the woods behind her house together, walking atop old rock walls and playing with the frogs at nearby ponds. The air was sweet and thick back there. The area was historically home to a large Native American population, and there were some interesting features in the woods evidencing that history, including an abandoned sweat lodge covered in animal hides, which I was always too afraid to explore, and old stone arrowheads in the dirt. One Thanksgiving, one of my older cousins and I paired off from a larger group, and we were back in the woods, seeking to explore further into the woods. We walked about 15 minutes or so through a fairly thick, unfamiliar portion of the woods when we arrived at the top of a large rock outcropping at the edge of a steep embankment. The hair on my arm still stands up thinking about this. And it's right now as I write this, but I saw a tall, humanoid figure in ragged clothes at the bottom of the embankment, about 30-40 feet down, facing away from me and my cousin. I was curious, but wary, wondering if the figure were a dummy or maybe somebody that was injured and needed our help. I considered calling out, but saw the figure move slightly, and suddenly I was full of fear. Without making a sound, I tapped my cousin and signaled for him to look down at the figure. We looked back up at each other, and I was hoping for a sense of reassurance, but I could see a dread in his eyes that shot down my spine. When we looked back down at the figure, it turned toward us. This tall, lanky, ragged humanoid figure had the face of a moose. It was looking dead at me. We locked eyes, and I can't explain why, but I knew that it wanted to eat me. We didn't wait. We didn't even scream. My cousin and I ran as fast as we could possibly run, back the same way that we came. As I ran, I could feel that we were being pursued. I was younger and a step slower than my cousin. The air grew thicker and hazier, and the woods changed around us. All of a sudden, my cousin and I come into a clearing in the woods that did not exist when we had passed through originally. The air there was particularly thick, almost green, with fireflies floating around. The ground in the clearing was marked with circles of mushrooms, fairy rings. It was very disorienting. It felt like the clearing was luring me to stay forever. All of a sudden, I heard my mom call out to me through the woods. She, along with some of my uncles and aunts, came to look for me and my cousin. We were the last two in the woods, and it was getting darker. It was time to sit for Thanksgiving dinner. Her call pierced through the fog of this experience, breaking whatever curse was on me and my cousin, allowing us to escape. My cousin and I told the others what we had seen, that we had been pursued by the Moose Man. Apparently, he wanted to eat us, but obviously nobody believed us. I probably wouldn't have believed my own senses either, if not for what happened next. After dinner, all of the kids went back outside to play in the yard, running behind sheds and cutting in and out of the woods at the edge of the yard, evading and capturing each other in a game called Manhunt. I used to play that with my grandma. She'd chase me around with a cane and smack me. I was still afraid from before, but took comfort in numbers and proximity to the house. As a large group of us were trying to locate the last of the fugitives, one of my cousins shone a big flashlight into the woods. There, our whole group saw one of our fugitive cousins in a bush, and standing right behind him, a tall, ragged humanoid figure with the head of a moose was towering over the bush. We all screamed, sprinted back inside. That was the end of games that day. Sometimes I bring up this event with my cousins to see if they still remember. They do remember, but they hate to talk about it. Demon Face Syndrome. I'm not sure if this is the right place to post, so I've heard rumblings about the demon face syndrome that's been happening. I thought it was a bunch of creepypasta crap, but I just had the weirdest moment about 5 minutes ago, and I'm a little bit nervous I'm losing my mind or something. I was just on Instagram scrolling mindlessly before bed, and I stopped on this video. It was some girl talking about top 5 hydrating foods or something. I got bad vibes from her. There's no bad hydration. It was like she was getting paid to promote some random product. Well, yeah. That's why I'm not on there. But as I kept watching her face, started to distort into this really weird version of itself. Her eyes got really big and her mouth got wide. Started happening, so I subtly couldn't figure out if it was actually me seeing it or not, but eventually I was like, nope, she definitely looks different now, and really disturbing. I checked the comments to see if anybody said anything. My guess was she was using a filter, and maybe it was supposed to be a joke or something somebody made to be creepy, like Uncanny Valley horror stuff. But not one person said anything about it in the comments section. I scrolled through about 100 comments before giving up. I figured I should look at someone else's face to see if it was happening with everyone or just with her. If it was with everyone, I would assume I was having a mental breakdown, but no one else looked that way, just her. It was really scary, and I'm not sure if this was the demon face phenomenon everyone's been talking about. I've heard spiritual people on social media talk about certain individuals having the ability to see non-human beings. But again, I thought it was just bull and really didn't put much stock into it. There's so much random stuff online now. I don't believe 98% of what I see. The rational part of me says that it was a codec error and you saw like a ghosting drag of probably this lady's mouth yapping away trying to sell her thing. The other part of me thinks she's a lizard person. Why not? Shadow figure in abandoned prison. To give context, from a small town in Georgia named Milledgeville, or Milledgeville. And one of two things, you either don't know the town or you do. If you've heard of the town, it's probably because Ben Roethlisberger, or because of Central State Hospital, also known as Georgia State Sanitarium, or Milledgeville State Hospital. Milledgeville. By the 1960s, Central State was known as the largest mental hospital in the world, with some 200-plus buildings on the campus. You could almost equate it to a military base where it was basically self-efficient. Had its own post office, kitchens, nursing homes, several prisons, police, and fire departments. The campus had pretty much been closed since 2010, with just a few of the buildings being operated by a Department of Corrections training division, the Probation and Parole Office, which was closed as of 2024. One night there was a fire in one of the prisons, the abandoned men's state prison, which had been since reportedly happened in 2011. Being a volunteer firefighter at the time and not knowing when I would have another chance to legally be inside one of the prisons, I responded. I was part of one of the first crews to make an initial fire attack on their fire room. It's been since 2019. The layout of where we made entry is a little bit fuzzy, but bear with me. We made entry through a maintenance room, made a left into a long corridor, went approximately 30-40 feet down the hallway, which then opened up into another corridor, both left and right, with the rooms on both sides of this hallway. Visibility was limited due to the fire, smoke, and it was about midnight. We found the fire room and was able to extinguish most of the fire before having to swap out with another crew because we were running low on air. Using flashlights, we were able to see down the hallway that opened up both ways. Nothing peculiar or out of the normal was there. Even without flashlights, could kind of make some things out. After the second crew came out, another firefighter and myself went in for another time as a mop-up crew. Since in the two attacks we made that we had pretty much put the fire out, him and I followed the hose line and... Sir. And not thinking, I didn't grab a flashlight, however my partner did. So I followed him. Still inside the fire room was one of our investigators, a full-timer, a rookie who went through the same class as me, and of course myself. Since the guy I went in with on his second pass didn't get to quote-unquote play, as we called it, I let him be the nozzle man. I fed him hose from the hallway that opened up to the left and right. It was him and the other two firefighters that I mentioned above in the actual fire room. And this is where it gets creepy. As I was feeding perhaps, the guy's hose, I look right down the hallway, probably about 60-70 feet, possibly more. I'm not great with distance at times. I saw a shadow fitting there. The figure was about 7-8 feet tall, skinny, red eyes. How I could tell it was a shadow figure was yes, I didn't have a flashlight, and yes, it was dark looking down the hallway, but this figure was darker than anything around it. It wasn't the people that set the stuff in the prison on fire because they were the idiots that showed up to the station in person and reported the fire. Nothing electrical in the prison was on and operational because it had been closed since 2011, like I said. So, nothing red would have been on. I probably looked at it with what seemed like to be forever. Well, it was probably only a minute to a minute and a half before the nozzle man said to back out. I looked at him, acknowledged that I heard him, repeated back out, and before I knew it, I looked down the hallway and the figure was gone. Of course, being the only one in the hallway at the time, and the only one that saw this figure. After this happened, I kept it to myself. I didn't want somebody to think I was crazy or make excuses as to what I saw. One day, I was visiting with one of my friends at the Outlier station several months later. I was just having casual conversations. She had been stationed at the fire station in that district and had just been talking. I don't know what made me bring it up to her, but I asked her if she had any experiences of anything out of the normal out there. Of course, she says, well, it's Central State. If you really haven't been out there. I went into what happened that night. When I start to mention about maybe seeing a shadow figure, she interrupts me and begins to describe it to a T. 7-8 feet, skinny, glowing red eyes. I almost froze cold. Here's the interesting thing, though. I saw this figure in an abandoned prison after midnight. She saw the same exact figure in another building. Come to find out, on the opposite end of the campus in broad daylight while she was doing pre-fire plans. I try not to think about it. It's hard to forget seeing the experience like something like that. So I guess moral of the story is if you go to the buildings on Central State grounds, which I don't recommend due to the deteriorating conditions of the building and asbestos, and you'll get arrested for trespassing. Just know there might be a shadowy figure waiting to make his presence known to you. But I'd also like to know what y'all think this spirit figure entity, whatever you'd like to call it, could be. Especially since it doesn't just linger in one specific building, it seems like. I worked in a haunted bar, featured on Ghost Adventures. If anybody watches Ghost Adventures, you can look up the episode called The Chinatown Poltergeist, and it's an episode inside the bar I worked at for half a year. On my first day to interview, the general manager and the bar manager were very clear with me that the bar was haunted. They're very serious and that it's more mischievous than it is dangerous. Having had my own paranormal experiences in college and having somewhat of a higher vibration, you could say, I wasn't really too worried about it, and I really wanted and needed the job. Vinnie Paul Abbott of Pantera was actually there the night before he died. Fun fact. A lot of my coworkers had different stories, along with the stories that are featured in the Ghost Adventures episode. Entities mentioned were an old man and a little girl. Really something with little girls in haunted places. Having things break or go missing. Voices in storage areas. Voices when the bar was empty during grave hours. It's a 24-hour bar. And even physical things like hair being pulled or one guy being thrown to the ground after mocking an artifact of a shrunken head that may or may not be a real shrunken head. I was also shown a ceremonial blade and it still has real human blood on it, and an urn that apparently had a fraction of the ashes of Aleister Crowley. For a while, I never saw or heard anything. I was left by myself alone in the bar a few times. I did put music on and just kind of sing like maybe there's spirits here, we'll give them a show. But I started to change. I was always angry and frustrated. I would rationalize all these things I should be happy and grateful for, but I just couldn't help it. I was always pissed. And on a 120-degree day in Vegas, when a belligerent customer started harassing me, I told her to shut the fuck up. And as liberating as that was, because she was an evil person, it was out of my character for a professional bartender of 13 years. Then I started getting these weird rashes and marks that are apparently called, not my dog flopping his ears, but these marks that are apparently called dermatographia. I thought I was getting really sick and got it in my head I'd developed something really bad. And that led to more stress, lots of restless days, and eventually my herniated disc started acting up randomly and got to such a level of pain that I was having a scoop of ice while on my knee. The pain in my back affected my performance so much that I lost the job. And from there, I spiraled into 3 or 4 months of panic attacks and levels of anxiety I never thought I was capable of experiencing. As a spiritual person that's still sort of learning about God, I called on that and I prayed for my strength. Eventually, I was able to push through, avoid medication, and work my way out of the depression. But I just haven't been able to shake the effect that place had on me. And I was warned. Never seen such a high turnover. There's very few of the staff that had stuck around for various reasons. One of the last messages from my bar manager was wishing me good luck on an admission and how weird the energies were there. Could have just been some coincidental nervous breakdown, but intuitively, I don't think so. I don't feel safe in my home anymore. For a while now, I've been seeing things around my house. It started off with small things like doors being nudged open without windows open or the AC on. The first big thing was seeing a shadowy figure in my parents' room. It wasn't doing much, just peeking around the corner watching me. I wasn't sure if it was real or not, but my cat reacted to it as well. Recently, it had started to progress further by being what sounds like running up the stairs while everyone's asleep. I had questioned my mom about where my cat was the night it happened. Majority of the time, he's with her. Other times, he's downstairs. The confusing part is that he's old. He doesn't run like that anymore. Other experiences that really seem to further show that there was energy that was above my sink, and there's a window. It's like a view to the fence along my house. But we have junk back there. One night, my dad picks me up from work, and I'm eating a late dinner. I hear what sounds like something trying to open the window, so the seal creaks a little. I heard it, turned, and saw a faceless creature, thing that was supposedly looking at me, duck away and hide. I run upstairs to get my dad, and we both run outside looking for whatever it was. The most confusing part is that it would have to make noise to escape. This thing vanished. No trace, no sound. He's a man of logic and reason, so he comes up with it being a reflection. It would have to be the weirdest reflection to not be moving as I turned my head only to duck away a second after seeing it. But then on, I would see a figure in the bathroom downstairs. It would just stand there in the corner of my eye, but vanish when I would look at it. I was skeptical, wondering if it was a trick of the light, but as a last look, I looked over expecting to see the figure, but instead I see an arm poking out of the doorway. I froze as it again, like the face, retreat a second later. My cat was downstairs, staring at the doorway as confused as I was. I sat down sitting next to him, staring at the doorway, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did until I went upstairs. I had some clothes out, getting ready to put them away, when I heard what sounded like the whimper of a little girl. I wondered if it was me. I tried replicating the sound, but it wasn't happening. I've been beyond confused, wondering if it's my imagination or not, especially considering the fact that my cat has reacted to these experiences. I don't know what's going on or why anymore. Strange visual patterns. Some nights ago, I had a strange experience that I can't quite explain. In that evening, I discussed UFOs and plasmoids with my friends on Discord, mentioning the existence of official documents released by trusted sources like the Pentagon, the military, and various universities. With conviction, I said, I want to see them. I was so excited. I woke up in the middle of the night around 5 a.m. I sleep in complete darkness, by the way. Whether my eyes were open or closed, I began to see a pattern of thin gray lines and dots covering my entire field of vision. These lines were arranged in a repetitive, harmonious way, creating ripples that seemed to form meaningful geometric shapes. The shapes were numerous, small, and they were constantly changing like a flow. I was scared. I thought there was a connection with what I said before, or maybe some entity was trying to do something to me. Whenever I looked at a light source, such as my phone screen or some device LED, the patterns would disappear in those areas as if they were overridden or erased by the light. I was fully awake, got out of bed, and walked around for a bit. After returning to bed and closing my eyes, the experience repeated itself, lasting about 5 to 10 minutes. I tried to look at the sky, but there was nothing waiting for me. Throughout this time, I felt a strange light pressure at the back of my head, possibly around the cerebellum, or sometimes even the front of my head when lying straight. Since that day, the same thing has happened again 6 more times. I'm continuing to keep track of the day and time of the visions. Always at night. Every single time, I'm looking at new UFO news during the day. Breathing and meditating makes them go away, though. Once instead, I saw the visions after looking at some ancient cave painting image on my smartphone, resembling some alien figures in a spaceship. They only lasted a few seconds, though. It was 2 a.m. and I was chilling on the bed. Was it just a strong suggestion, and did I have a sudden brain ill? I'm curious if anybody else has experienced something similar, or has any ideas about what could be causing it. I'm open to both scientific and speculative explanations. Was I being haunted by an entity? Hey everyone, I moved into my aunt and uncle's house for the summer last year. I had some strange events happen over the course of my stay. To give some background, the previous owner died in the basement by suicide. I don't like talking about this or even thinking about it, as I don't like to give energy to paranormal events that impact me. I don't want to give them power. First paranormal-ish event I can recall is probably a voice recording I made singing something, and I was playing it back, and there was an interruption in the audio with almost a buzzing type of audio cut. Don't know how to explain it. The audio cut happened when I coincidentally heard a knock or tap on my room door. The second event wasn't really an event, but more of a situation where I felt like I was being watched in the window of my bathroom. Like I felt like I was doing my hair or getting ready, specifically at night. There were eyes on me, watching me through my window. Third is me hearing a voice of men or one man having a conversation in the house when my 2 younger cousins were out of the house, and the only person in the house was my uncle, who had a thick African accent. The voices sounded very American. Fourth is when I couldn't sleep at night and I decided to hang out in the TV room. And at the corner of my eye, I could see something moving, like it was flapping its hands around, and every time I looked in its direction, it disappeared. My cousin's labradoodle looked in its direction, too. And what really scared me was hearing the motion sensors go off when everyone was asleep upstairs. The last event that kind of worried me was hearing a tap or gentle knock or push on the door, and my dog staring at the direction of the sound and then barking at that direction. I've heard dogs are really sensitive to paranormal stuff, so this deaths worried me. This happened the night of when I told my friend on the phone that I felt like there was a ghost. Am I just being weird about everything and making something out of nothing, or does this sound like paranormal activity? Deaths. I lost my best friend 25 years ago. I recall it like it was yesterday. It was the Super Bowl Sunday, January 30th, 2000. All was good until I started having chest pains, difficulty breathing, and a feeling I was going to die. My mom had cancer at the time, and I was living with her to help her out. She and her best friend, Candy, rushed me to Carson Tahoe ER. In my 4-hour visit, doctors ran test after test and could find nothing wrong. My girlfriend, Debbie, was watching the game at Glenn's Eagles Bar restaurant. Couldn't be bothered or pulled from the game. Ugh. Debbie. I go meet up with all of her friends, and I could not shake the feeling of doom. I remember Debbie was celebrating a Titans victory and winning the football pool when the Rams scored late and snatched victory from their grasp. I wanted to home after the game and just chill. I almost was normal the next day, but something was still amiss. I was at work early at 8 o'clock when I saw my best friend John's younger brother David at the door. He came in and said, "I need to tell you something about John. He passed away yesterday." This occurred at the same time I was in the hospital. He had his PhD, and he was on his way home from Africa when his plane crashed 1 minute after takeoff. He'd spent 2 years serving in the Peace Corps and returned to serve. He met his wife in the Peace Corps. It was a small world as she went to Lawrence University and student taught at my high school, Appleton East, in my old hometown, Appleton, Wisconsin. I told the following story at John's memorial. I won a music trivia contest and won a trip to Hawaii. I took John when the girl I had a crush on, Jody, ghosted me a week before the trip. John and I spent my 23rd birthday in Waikiki, sitting on her hotel balcony listening to Kenny Loggins' concert. I was a DJ, sent tons of mixtape to John about every other week. I also sent Springsteen's 4-cassette box live from 1975 to 1985. That was something I sent to him for Christmas. He loved the Boss, and especially the Eagles. He also bought fifths of tequila and vodka, shipped it to him about once a month, shampoo bottles to get through customs. He was very popular at the Peace Corps functions. He played his guitar daily in the 4 years we lived together, and I still tear up any time I hear a song by the Eagles. Rest in peace, John. Still think about you every day, 25 years later. Sickly, creepy 2-story house. So, I, female and 28, have a big family. Mom, Dad, they're separated when I was 3 or 4. 4 brothers and 2 sisters. My mother and us kids moved into a small 2-story house on the outskirts of Melbourne City, Australia. That's in or around 2015. Obviously, Melbourne is absolutely massive and incredibly popular. Wouldn't be expected to having these unexplainable activities. At least we didn't expect that this house would. Well, at first, nothing was weird. We moved in and went about life as usual. A number of things started happening over the period of years. When I was 19, I guess, maybe a year after moving into that property, things started to happen. A layout of the house. If you walk in through the front door, the lounge is the first thing you walk into. Next to it is the kitchen. Off to the side is a small hall with the door to the back part of the house on the left and the stairs leading to the second floor on the right. There's only 3 bedrooms, a toilet, and a separate bathroom at the top floor. My mother's room, the middle and upstairs, and my younger brother's room, which was closest to the top of the stairs. They're the only rooms you can get a clear view of the bathroom and toilet doors. This is relevant later. So, the first thing that happened was minor. I was just walking up the stairs to my older brother's room just to hang out. Exactly halfway up the stairs, I heard, "Hey," kind of a whispery, low, quiet man's voice. Nailed it. It didn't resemble anyone in the house. I stopped for a minute and shrugged off, thinking I imagined it. A week later, it happened again. Halfway up the stairs, I heard a cough and a giggle in the same whispery, low tone. Again, not resembling anyone in the house. I was alone in that exact part of the house both times. I've only memorized some of the instances. The next one was about 3 years later. My sister was around 8 or 9 years old at the time, and she was in my mother's room alone at the time. It was about 11 p.m. Everyone was doing their own thing until we heard my sister scream bloody murder. My mother ran upstairs to check on her. My sister was crying, staring outside of my mother's room at the bathroom door. My mother asked her what's wrong, asking if she's okay. A shadow-looking man was over there just staring at me. He had red eyes. Now, my mother and I are strong believers of the paranormal for many reasons, but that's another story. So, my mother stayed with her for the rest of the night. The same year, I randomly got insanely sick out of nowhere. The last place I was before getting sick was the bathroom. I was incredibly fatigued, pale, and vomiting blood. I slept for 3 days straight, only waking to vomit blood. It took 3 days before anybody noticed something was wrong with me. My mother saw me coming out of her room to go to the bathroom, and she said, "Oh, you're finally deciding to get up." I didn't even notice that she said anything at the time. I headed to the bathroom, dazed, fatigued, and completely zoned out. My mother was apparently watching me waddle in there, lean over the sink, and completely drench it in blood. That's the first time anyone witnessed it within 3 days. I think she was in shock at first. I vaguely remember her saying, "What's that? Is that blood?" In a droopy, weak, half-asleep motion, I slowly turned my head to look at her, blood dripping from my mouth, and slowly nodded. She took me to the ER instantly. I was told I had a blood infection with incredibly high infection markers with an unknown cause and was close to just dropping dead. That scared the shit out of me. I also forgot to mention, whenever I go into that bathroom, even to this day, I moved out but my family still live there, I feel a really dark negative vibe. I always instantly get a heavy feeling of fatigue, depression, and fear. My mother and sister admitted to feeling the same, but only in that bathroom. There's so many other stories about that house, and I just can't explain, but I think that gives an idea on how creepy and strange that house is. Unfortunately, I still go there somewhat often so I can visit my family because I'm very close with them. But I can't seem to ever shake that bad, scary feeling in that bathroom in the middle of the staircase, or just within the house in general. My father is in hospice. Something strange is going on in the house. My father is in end-of-life care. They estimate he has 2 to 6 weeks left. He's at home with nurses coming by the house. I flew home last weekend as I live far away. When we first moved into this house, my mom and I were watching a movie, and we heard the side door open and somebody walk down the basement where my brother's room is. We figured it was him. We called out his name and no answer. Went down, no one was home. My brother later said he was working all day. Since then, we hear strange noises in the house, but I've since moved away. Since I've been home, we've been hearing strange noises and strange things are happening. It seems to be happening more frequently each day. That only happens on the main floor or basement, not upstairs. Here's a few examples. The living room light turned itself off and on randomly. The power went off and on 5 times one night. No power outages reported online. I sleep on the main floor, and I keep hearing banging that sounded almost like someone poking the ceiling with a broom, maybe 2 or 3 times a minute. I couldn't place where it was coming from. I kept opening my door to see if I could hear where it was coming from, and it would stop, and my mom didn't hear it. My dad took over my room in the main floor because he can't make up the stairs anymore. He told us that he heard loud knocking on his door 2 times during the night, only to get up, and by the way, it's hard for him to get up, and have no one being at the door. Today I placed a bottle of wine in the fridge. It was angled with the label facing sideways. As I shut the fridge, I saw the bottle spin itself so that the logo was facing frontwards. I have a dog, and his ball is lying by the TV, and it's winter and all windows are closed. We're watching a movie and no one's moving. The ball quickly rolls toward the couch my mom and me were on. Twice now we've lit candles, and when we go blow them out, there's a dead fly in it. Again, it's winter, and we haven't seen any flies around recently. I don't know what's going on or if it's all in our heads, but I've been here for 6 days with something happening every day. In the last 2 days, almost 2 or 3 times a day. Do I sage the house? Is it related to my father being gravely ill? Is there anything I can do? I think I saw a ghost at my grandparents' house. I recently went to a family reunion at my grandparents' house on my dad's side. At one point, I went down to the first floor, and my aunt told me to come upstairs because all my cousins were playing blackjack there. I went up the stairs, and I saw them playing. Then I noticed a very skinny girl, same height as me, wearing a white winter jacket, black pants, and white socks. She was watching the boys play cards. She had really heavy makeup, thick eyeliner, dark eyeshadow. I don't have a habit of staring at people's faces for too long, but at first I thought she was my cousin, my uncle's daughter, but wasn't really sure because of the makeup. She even stepped back slightly to make way for me. I didn't think much of it at the time. But later when I got home, I realized that cousin never showed up for lunch. I asked my mom and the other cousins, and they all said the same thing, only my uncle came to the reunion, and his wife and daughter stayed home. None of my cousins saw the girl, and I didn't say a word. Now that I think about it, she disappeared right after I walked past her. The weirdest part, when I walked up the stairs, she smiled a little and even raised her eyebrows like she was surprised to see me. It was 10:45 a.m., broad daylight. I was completely sober. No alcohol, no drugs, nothing. So, did I just see a ghost? Haunted vintage watch. Please tell me what to do. I wanted to share something that's been kind of haunting and oddly protecting me ever since I bought a vintage Ricoh R61 automatic watch from a quaint antique shop near JJ Hospital in Mumbai, India. I've always been fascinated by old mechanical watches and their history, but I never expected to encounter something like this. I picked up the watch from a seller who restores vintage timepieces from bulk lots. The Ricoh R61 immediately caught my eye. Had a square case, a day-date complication, and a worn but timeless charm. I didn't think much of its history then, though the seller mentioned the watches he acquires often come from estates, or as he vaguely put it, from lives now past. The first night I wore it to bed, I had the most vivid dream of my life. I was in what looked like a smoky disco in the late 70s or early 80s, like mirrored ceilings, strobe lights, polyester suits. Among the crowd, I saw a man in a white polyester suit with a deep maroon shirt and a collar spread wide. He exuded charisma, but carried an air of danger. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Gunshots rang out, and I saw him clutch his chest and fall to the ground, blood pooling around him. A mass shootout. Sterling SMG here and there, AK-47 burpings. I woke up in a cold sweat. Thought it was just a weird coincidence, but the dream repeated almost every night I wore the watch to bed. Each time I saw the same man, and I realized I was somehow viewing his final moments. What's strange is that despite the haunting imagery, the watch seemed to have brought me good fortune. The week after I got it, I narrowly avoided a serious accident. I was crossing the road, and something told me to step back just as a speeding car jumped the signal. Another time, I aced a crucial test I thought I'd bomb. There's been a series of small but significant events that's ever since owning this watch. It worked out in my favor. I began to suspect the man I see in my dreams isn't just anyone. He's the original owner of the watch, and somehow he's acting as a guardian soul. I did some digging into Mumbai's history and learning that the disco era in that city was often tied to organized crime. Gangsters frequented such place, and shootouts weren't unheard of. After researching and identified the year of the make, it was 1972. Only one major shootout at a disco hall in Bombay took place where the gangster died. Here's where it gets weirder. Sometimes, when I'm wearing the watch, I feel a cold sensation on my wrist. Even like, well, as he said, even on Swelter 3J. I've in nights while I study late night occasionally heard faint whispers, especially when I'm in a quiet room. Never clear words, just a murmuring, and the watch has a peculiar way of catching my attention, almost like it wants me to wear it on certain days. Has anyone else experienced something similar with an antique item? I'd love to hear your thoughts on what might be happening or how I can connect more of this spirit without inviting any negative energy. Welcome to Paranormal M, your home for the most captivating tales of the supernatural. Subscribe now and turn on notifications to uncover new mysteries every week. Prepare for a journey into the unknown, a shadow person or something else. Let me preface this by saying that I really want to believe in the paranormal, while at the same time being a huge skeptic. This makes me seek out all the media I can find on the subject, while at the same time rejecting almost all of it as fake. Having said that, I had a strange experience a few weeks back that I still can't really explain. I was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Our kitchen has a window facing our driveway, which is covered in pebbles. I was chopping up vegetables when I saw something or someone out of the corner of my eye approaching our house. As soon as I looked directly, it was gone. It felt a bit weird, but I quickly dismissed it, thinking it was probably just a leaf, even though there wasn't any wind that day. Then, over the span of the next few minutes, it happened 3 more times, with every incident making me more sure it was someone rather than a something. However, since our driveway is covered in pebbles, I would have absolutely heard if somebody was actually walking out there. Also, our dog would definitely have heard it and alerted us. I was starting to feel a bit nervous about it, but seeing as nobody and nothing was actually there, I couldn't really do much else than continue making dinner. Then my son, aged 13, came into the kitchen. He started asking me what's for dinner, but he jumped back mid-sentence. I asked him what was wrong, and he said he saw someone outside, but they disappeared immediately. He was clearly shaken up, which doesn't happen often for him. This really freaked me out. Now I couldn't just swipe it away as my mind glitching out. Something actually happened. However, after this incident, nothing further did happen. We've lived in this house for several years. Never before or never after have I experienced anything like this. Also, we have a motion-activated camera facing our driveway, which wasn't triggered at any time during this event. What happened that day? I've been trying to come up with a rational explanation, but I'm drawing blanks. Mirror, mirror off the wall. This incident took place right around the summer of 2021. I'd recently moved into a reasonably large home. The first actual home I'd ever lived in as an adult, where I'd had the freedom and responsibility to decorate it and make it into my own unique living space. I've never had a lot of money, so when it come to decorating, I highly benefited from being resourceful and artistic and creative. I became very skilled at finding little parts and materials within other people's quote-unquote junk to repurpose and transform into something new and finding a way to tie it all together. I relate. My parents' garage was a treasure trove of possibilities for any time I wanted a new project or to add something new to my decor. By that time, my parents had lived in the same residence since we had moved to the city back in 1998. Their garage was very evident of that. During this nesting period of my new place, any time I visited my parents' house, which I did about every once a week, something like that, I would take a quick peek out in their garage and see what new ideas I could find inspiration for. I always ran it by my parents, of course, before taking anything, but I had been at it for a few weeks by then, so my mom was used to me asking to scour the garage. At one point, she stopped caring what individual items I took and just said, "Take all you want, less to clean out when we finally tackle that job." One day while out there, I found a small white antique metal mirror. It looked like it was used to be attached to something else, such as maybe a jewelry box or maybe a vanity. It couldn't stand alone, or it couldn't stand alone. But it also didn't have anything to hang by on the back, but looked like something had been broken off on the back. It was very heavy for such a small mirror, maybe about a pound, but also about as big as my hand, and my hand is pretty small. I struggled to find the perfect spot for it once I had it home, but eventually I settled on a shelf in my living room, propped it up against the wall. This soon became an issue because it looked great in that spot. However, every time I would come back into that room each day, the mirror had fallen forward, face down on the shelf. It was slightly annoying, but I figured the wall just got bumped or a door got closed a little harder than normally. I just propped it back up, no big deal. But this kept happening, and almost just as often, it began to sometimes turn up all the way down on the floor right below the shelf. This wasn't some mysterious thing at this point. Beyond thoroughly beginning to piss me off, it seemed kind of normal that a small, heavy mirror propped up on a shelf by nothing but the wall could easily fall over. So I stuck a piece of heavy-duty Scotch tape behind it, wrapping the tape around itself to create a double-sided tape to adhere it a little bit more strongly to the wall, thinking surely that would do the trick. By the way, that never works. No such luck, kept falling anyway. I just put it back several times until I was so fed up it became my personal immediate life's mission to make that damn mirror stay upright on that damn shelf at all costs. So I bought permanent mounting tape, the kind made with Gorilla Glue. This is a powerful sealant meant to stay permanently, able to secure objects of far greater weight than this little mirror. I had no doubt in my mind I wouldn't have another problem with it after this. I followed the instructions for the mounting tape to a T. Also had to use this tape before and never had anything come unstuck. Quite the opposite. Sounds like you got a little bit of a wet wall. The day that I mounted it with the permanent mounting tape, I was home alone. My dog was there, but she was always right next to me. She was next to me while I stuck the mirror to the wall. Then she followed me out to the garage while I did more work out there. She couldn't get back in the house unless I let her in. I went inside to use the sink about 2 hours after mounting the mirror, and as expected, the tape was doing its job. I hadn't expected anything otherwise, so all was normal. We went back out to the garage again, about 2 or 3 minutes later, and didn't come back inside for about another hour. When I went inside again, I opened the door to walk inside. I was immediately startled out of my skin and nearly stumbled back over my dog, who was following closely behind me. This freaking mirror was laying on the floor, a few feet directly in front of me. This spot was approximately 10 to 12 feet out into the living room, maybe even more. And the spot on the wall where I had mounted it was already completely freaked out. After standing there frozen for a few moments, frantically scanning my mind's knowledge of how the entire hell this could be physically possible, I finally slowly picked it up to inspect it. It wasn't broken, and the permanent mounting tape was firmly attached to the back along with a decent chunk of the drywall stuck firmly to it that had seemingly been ripped off the wall. I checked the spot on the wall, and as expected, a chunk was missing where I had mounted the mirror. This mirror had fallen down while propped on that shelf at least 30-plus times before that, and never had it gotten further than the shelf it was on, or on the floor directly below. Never been able to come up with any plausible explanation for how in the world this happened, and how additionally it wasn't the tape that failed. No, it was rather aggressively torn from the wall and propelled nearly 4 yards across my living room. The drywall might be a little bit wet. Sometimes you can't even tell. I had to tell someone, so I told my brother. He had a much stronger connection to his spiritual side than I had at that time, so this information was pretty intriguing to him. After holding the mirror, he said he had a strong feeling that something was attached to the mirror, and it wasn't the tape. And he wasn't getting a positive feeling from it. That was the last thing I needed to hear to know I needed to go. My brother said that he was going to rid the mirror of whatever was attached to it, but I said it needed to go either way. This type of stuff freaks me out beyond belief, so I didn't pay too close attention to what he did, but he said that what was attached would leave the mirror once we completed the final step. Of course, I was like, okay, great, so do the final step and thank you so much. Then he told me the final step was taking it to the hollowed ground and burying it. I nearly fell out. I yelled a cemetery. I told him there was no possible way I was going to be able to be any part of that. He said he didn't want to do it alone, and I agreed that it wasn't sane and that I didn't want that for him, so... However, I still couldn't have any part in it. No way. So eventually, he said he would take care of it somehow. Left my house later that night, taking the mirror with him. Nothing worth noting happened over the next few weeks. I just assumed that he had done what needed to be done, and I just tried to forget about the incident and about the mirror altogether. Then one day, I was visiting my parents' house. My brother was also there, sitting with me on their back patio. I'd glanced one of the decorative tables my mom had out and around the perimeter of the patio, and something caught my eye. I did a double take, and to my frickin' horror, the weird-ass haunted mirror was sitting right there. I instantly got my brother's attention and asked him why the hell he brought the mirror here instead of getting rid of it. He looked very confused for a moment, as if he were trying to sort out something that he forgot to tell me, but also something that didn't make sense. He eventually asked, "How did you find it?" To which I replied that it wasn't really hidden all that well in plain sight right before our eyes. He went over to examine the mirror and continued to mutter, "How in the hell?" My mom came outside and he asked her, "Mom, where did this mirror come from?" Her answer was so odd. She said, "Oh, that's my mirror." This entire time, I was still stuck on why the mirror was brought back here in the first place by my brother when it was supposed to be underground. My brother then asked her how she found the mirror when he had buried it in the garden. It's not quite hallowed ground, but I guess it was the next best thing. His thought process, which he explained to me a little bit later, was that over the years, several of his pet rats and birds had been laid to rest back there, so it could technically qualify as hallowed ground. Doesn't quite work that way. My brother then explained to my mom why he had buried it. It had something seemingly malevolent attached to it. I quickly told her the story about the mirror catapulting itself across my living room, and my mom replied, "Oh, well, that's gone now." My brother and I just laughed at the nonchalant tone she had about the situation, and she hadn't seemed fazed for even a moment by the notion that we suggested the mirror had something attached to it. It's one of those situations where it was so awkward and out of the ordinary, you don't quite know how to handle it in the moment, and when you think back on how the conversation ended without seeming to reach any type of clarity, you can't quite recall how it ended or why you don't have the answers to all obvious questions. I asked my mom where the mirror came from. She said she had gotten it from an antique thrift store many years ago. I had originally assumed it may have come from my grandmother or had belonged to my mom as a child, but when finding out that it came from a random antique shop my mom had visited on vacation somewhere, it made a lot more sense that it could have been carrying presents of some sort. If I'd known that, I probably never would have taken it to begin with. I've thought numerous times about asking my mom how the mirror ended up on the back patio if it was buried in the garden without her knowledge, but I've yet to do so. Haven't been avoiding it, I just never remember to ask her. Maybe I'm not meant to know. My mom still has the mirror to this day, and last I saw it, it's made its way back out to the garage. My childhood while growing up in that house, my parents still live in it, was spotted with minor possible paranormal experiences throughout, and almost every single one had happened in the garage. That now made a little more sense to me. There haven't been any instances directly tied to the mirror that I know of since my brother had buried it in the backyard pet cemetery. What do you think happened? How did the mirror rip off my wall and fly across my living room if not due to something paranormal? Do you think my mom knows more than she's letting on, or do you think that she was just being her normal loopy self? This is probably the only incident that ever happened in my life that I couldn't think of any reasonable explanation for. I don't know how tall your mirror is, but given you didn't nail it to the wall on possibly humid drywall, it seems probable to me that if you adhered it along the top and then the drywall came off, or adhered it in the bottom, would kind of need to know that. If it was adhered on the middle, also a little bit different, well, physics related. But yes, something can fall and slide along your shelf and then, be a little bit far away. Some things are paranormal, that one I'm not picking up anything about. The Mothman, a creepy creature, UFOs, and a deadly omen. That sounds better. I recently came by this story while I was searching for unexplained things that have happened that are also documented. so I thought it was pretty interesting. So I want to share it with you. Between 66 and 67, the quiet town of Point Pleasant, West Virginia became the center of a terrifying mystery. Sightings of a 7-foot-tall, winged humanoid with glowing red eyes. Over 100 people reported seeing this thing, dubbed the Mothman, and its appearances coincided with UFOs, weird phone calls, and eventually tragedy. The sightings. The first big sighting came on November 15th, 1966. That's when two couples driving near an abandoned munitions plant, the TNT area, had a massive creature with wings chasing their car around over 100 miles an hour. Terrified, they went straight to the cops. And they weren't the last to see it. In the months that followed, more people reported seeing the Mothman, glowing red eyes that seemed to paralyze people with fear, massive silent wings, a sense of dread whenever it appeared. The weird stuff. While the Mothman was freaking people out, Point Pleasant residents noticed other strange things. UFOs and weird lights in the sky. Creepy phone calls with static or strange noises. Mysterious men in black, warning witnesses to stay quiet. The tragedy. Then, on December 15th, 1967, disaster struck. The Silver Bridge connecting Point Pleasant to Ohio suddenly collapsed during rush hour. This killed 46 people. After the tragedy, the Mothman sighting stopped completely. Was it a coincidence, or was the Mothman a warning of disaster to come? Theories. No one knows what the Mothman was, but here are some ideas. A big bird. Skeptics think it was a misidentified sandhill crane, but witnesses insist it was humanoid and way scarier. Mass hysteria. Maybe people panicked and started seeing things, but dozens of unrelated witnesses told the same story. Alien or interdimensional being. The UFOs and men in black had people thinking this thing wasn't from Earth. Harbinger of doom. Some believe the Mothman is a supernatural warning of coming disasters. Why it's creepy. The timing is what gets people. The Mothman sighting stopped right after the bridge collapsed, like its mission was complete. Add in the UFOs, phone calls, and men in black, and it feels like Point Pleasant was caught in the middle of something far beyond human understanding. The Mothman had gone on to become a legend, but its connection to the Silver Bridge tragedy still sends chills down spines. Is it a warning, a cryptid, or something even stranger? We may never know. For more detailed info, you can check out The Mothman Prophecies by John A. Keel, the most famous account of these events. Articles from Point Pleasant Register and Charleston Daily Mail in the 1960s. Tenpenny Bridge. When I was 14 and my sister was 16, we went to high school in a small Indiana town. This was back in the AOL days of the early 2000s. There wasn't much to do there, and we were often left on our own. So, naturally, we got into trouble and made plenty of mischief. My sister and I have always been pretty good friends, and I helped her cheat in French, which has nothing to do with the story, but it is fun. Well, one evening we decided to do a search of local spooky and haunted places. We found a few, and resolved to check them out the next night with two friends of ours who were also brother and sister. We'll call them Samantha and Steve. So, the following evening, my sister, me, Sam, and Steve pile into my mom's car. Off we were to go ghost hunting, armed with only a list of a few locations, a Ouija board, flashlights, and 10 pennies. The 10 pennies were a specific location, Tenpenny Bridge, kind of local folktale that read similar to the Jersey Devil, various goat men and the like. and as such we reserved that one for around midnight. We hit up a few supposed haunted locations, but got nothing. I totally lost my spot. Didn't matter though, nor did the pause. We were just kids out being kids. We were having fun. By the time we got around to Tenpenny Bridge, we were feeling plenty skeptical and fearless. We drove for what seemed like ages to reach what we decided was the exact location of the middle of nowhere. Granted, much of Indiana felt that way. Finally, we found it. Tenpenny Bridge. All we knew about this spot was that it's supposedly haunted by a vagrant man who was killed there. Perhaps only having 10 pennies to his name at the time, but that part was unclear. Anywho, the story goes if you park and turn off your car and headlights in the middle of the bridge and place 10 pennies in a row on the guardrail, it's actually a concrete block, your car will stall and the pennies will either be moved or be missing. This seemed like an easy one to try, so just kind of there we were. Got out of the car, stretched our legs, and set our 10 pennies on the guardrail in a straight, neat row. Then, not knowing how long it might take, we meandered about, talking and joking. I think it was Steve who called us back to the show. Or rather, back to show us that the 2 pennies on the right end of the line had been pushed aside about an inch. We weren't sure about it, deciding that any of us, including Steve, could have moved them while we were all scattered about. We decided to move them back. All stood on the other side of the car, facing each other for 5 minutes before checking again. We stood talking, Steve and I leaning against the car, Sam and my sister facing us. Suddenly there was a flick and a ringing. The sound of a penny spinning through the air between my head and Steve's, and the all-too-familiar bounce of a coin on the pavement. It would seem that someone or something had thrown a penny over to us. We froze after what seemed like 20 minutes, but was probably 20 seconds. We moved as a group to investigate the pennies on the bridge. Then we saw it. Pennies arranged like a panicked line of a heart monitor in cardiac arrest. Predicting our own panic, compelling it, some of the pennies were pulled to the very edge, barely balancing on the rail. I can't tell you how difficult it was for us to pile into the car fast enough. We literally ran around it in circles like an episode of Scooby-Doo before finally getting everyone inside and stalling. My sister, who's a fine driver, I'll have you know, tried and stalled the car 3 times before it started and we peeled out. After about 2 miles, we stopped screaming and she pulled over. We gathered ourselves, my sister, of all people, suggested that we go back. Well, she was driving, so off we went. Arrived back at the bridge, we found all 10 pennies back in a neat straight line. We promptly left, leaving the pennies behind. The next morning, all 4 of us woke to find that we were sleeping on a penny. More than 20 years later, my sister and I still talk about the 10-penny bridge. Don't blame you. Something in the shadows. When I was 17, I joined the Army. I was sent to southern Georgia for basic training in infantry school. At the time that I was in, the base that I was on was entirely combat arms training. Infantry school, airborne school, ranger school. It's important that you know this because I enlisted during a time when the Army was still practicing archaic conservative restrictions such as don't ask, don't tell, not allowing transgender people at all, really, and not allowing women in combat arms. All stupid and useless restrictions. But my disagreements with the Army are a topic for another time. The point is this base was an isolated facility, more or less exclusively occupied by male soldiers. Near the end of infantry school, I fractured both of my shins and was given 3 choices. medical discharge, stay in, but move to more of a desk-type job, or go to physical therapy and rehabilitation program, PTRP, to heal and to try again. I chose the latter. PTRP was on a different part of the base, and it was a little bit removed, and drill sergeants were more focused on her healing and rehabilitation than her training and hardening. Consistent throughout my time in the Army, I was duty called to go to something called Firewatch. Firewatch is a guard shift that, despite its name, has less to do with the prevention and response to fires breaking out in the barracks and more to do with preventing guys from running away, assaulting each other, or trying to commit suicide. Running away? Charming. So, as it would go, you and your bunkmate, commonly referred to as your battle buddy, or simply Battle, would be assigned an hour or two to watch at some point throughout the night. The assignments moved down the bunk roster. There are always two of us, one guarding the door and the other silently roving, making sure nothing and no one was out of place. One night, my battle buddy and I pulled watch between 2 and 3 in the morning. Started out as any other watch. Battle took his spot on the door while I roved. Now there was this corner of the barracks opposite from the door past the 4 rows of bunks, and it was notoriously creepy. In daylight, the other soldiers would whisper about it, but all anybody could really muster was that it was exceptionally dark and unsettling. Most guys used a flashlight while roving on Firewatch. That always made me wake up, and I hated it. So, while I roved, I left my flashlight off, allowing my eyes to adjust to the dark and hopefully not interrupting the sleep of my fellow soldiers. That's a good anti-dick move. As I made my way through the rows of bunks, I turned the corner on the last row, the row farthest from the door. That corner was exceptionally dark. The kind of thick darkness that goes beyond being devoid of light. It had an unnatural density. This was more than emptiness. This was the kind of darkness that contained something within it. Something from beyond the veil, kind of beckoning. That was the first impression I had as I made my way down the rows, closer to the corner. Something was building inside me. Every step closer to that corner, I felt more dread seeping up into my body. Like how rain will crawl up your pant leg from the foot, cold and invasive. I was only about 5 bunks down out of 30 or 40, and every slow, silent step forward was spent not observing the bunks, but locked on that corner. I became absolutely certain of 2 things. First was that there was something in that corner, and something that I couldn't see, but something that I couldn't look away from. And second, its gaze was fixed on me as well and made me feel hollow. This realization caused the hair all over my body to stand on end, and terror washed over me, pulling me like gravity. I felt as if every atom in my body was screaming to get away, screaming against its pull while my feet stepped closer as if no longer under my control. This sensation filling up inside me is hard to explain. You ever get a feeling deep in your bones, an understanding beyond thought maybe? A sudden realization that whatever it is that you're feeling is the absolute truth. That shadow creature just emanated it. Emanated a pulsing feeling and a being of sinister wrong. I mean the most wrong anything has ever felt in my life. I had to get away from it. Finally, my feet were my own again. I decided at that point it was time to join my battle buddy by the door. After very slowly backing out of the row, never really turning away from that corner, I thought I'd feel better once I got away. I was wrong. The shadow's awareness seemed to remain fixed on me, following me in the darkness that stretched across the ceiling until I reached my friend. At first, I wasn't sure if I would tell the other guy about this, really. I mean, what could I say? Its inability to be spoken of was part of the haunting feeling. The shadow had me, I was vulnerable and isolated in its darkness. It claimed me. I tried to shake it off and quietly started a conversation with Battle. Just as I was beginning to feel okay, we heard something that couldn't have been there. The small, soft, almost angelic voice of a child. It called for its daddy from outside the very door we stood guard. It just said daddy, benign as it sounds. It's almost 3 a.m. and a training base. Not only should there not be children here, but certainly not awake and looking for their daddy. This was all wrong. My bunkmate and I stared at each other, and I asked if he heard that. He says yes, and asked if I heard it. I said yes, too. We stare at each other in silence for a moment before I say the stupidest thing possible. We have to check. I can see on my friend's face that he absolutely hates me right now, his eyes pleading with me not to. I don't blame him, because as I reach for the door handle, I'm hating this decision too. But if there's somehow a kid out there, we have to try to help. Slowly, I turn the handle, ready to open the door. I wait, and with our eyes fixed on each other, we count 1, 2, 3. We open the door. We bob our heads in and out as quickly as though they might get shot off. Nothing. An empty field. Quickly and quietly, we closed the door. We locked eyes again, but before we could say anything next, a sound filled our ears. Child's laughter. No longer angelic, but a mischievous, wicked giggle surrounded us. I watched as a friend's eyes gaped with horror and dread washed over his face. No doubt he saw the same in me. As we stood there with ice in our veins, there was no need to ask each other if we heard it that time. We locked the door. We stood next to each other completely still and in total silence for the remainder of our guard shift. Then woke up the next 2 to take over without saying a thing about any of it. In fact, we never spoke of it again. I wonder if, wherever he is, it still haunts him too. Can't explain what we encountered, but whatever was with us that night, it manipulated our emotions. Kind of delighted in frightening us. Made a meal of our fear. Yes, Gecko. I think he's hungry. Need help sighting of a disembodied arm and a cryptic warning whisper. I have a personal relationship with a boy that I've helped for many years since he was born. I'm like his big uncle, and he always relied on me for when things are tough. He yesterday sent me a picture of something that happened to him. Tried to seek help elsewhere, but no such help was forthcoming. I'm open to supernatural beliefs, but my little, as they're putting it, ahijado, called me today very distraught and sent me this picture. He mentioned he was sleeping early, and around perhaps 11 p.m. he woke up when someone was whispering on his ear, "Be careful," in Spanish. He took a picture of the darkness as he felt a heavy presence in the room, and all he got was that picture. You can see he's on his bed, and next to him, disembodied skeletal arms show. I don't know what this means or how I can help him. I tried to Google around, but beyond some European folklore mentions of disembodied hands or arms serving as warnings, I got nothing much. Any help or guidance would be helpful. And by the way, this happened in Miami, Florida. My poor ahijado is scared, and he's a simple baker boy in a pastry shop. Lives with his mom, and he's never been on drugs or anything weird, and he rarely has a social life. Ghost car. Many years ago, my friend, I'm going to call him A, and I'm going to switch it to Abraham, was driving another friend, B, Bart, and I home. The car car was traveling on the expressway because it was about 2 a.m. in the morning and the expressway was very quiet and we were one of the few vehicles on the road. Suddenly, Abraham remarked to us, "Wow, the light inside that car's so bright. How can the driver be able to see the road out there if they're so bright inside the car?" I looked out, but I saw no cars around us within seeing distance. I had pegged that I was too tired, hence didn't spot the car. We all got home safely that night. A couple of days later in a conversation, friend Abraham, asked us if we had noticed that car which had such bright lights inside the car. When Bart, who was then in the front passenger seat, also said no, I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Abraham then told us that he felt it was strange that only the car was lit so brightly inside that he could only see the one shadow or silhouette at the driver's seat. He said he couldn't make out any details of the driver. The even more strange observation was that the car seemed to be going in slow motion, but it was just next to our car that night. I decided not to push the theory that Abraham had a supernatural encounter. Later that day, when Abraham and Bart and I left home that afternoon, I noticed that a religious pendant that usually hangs in Abraham's front rear view mirror was gone. Then I asked Abraham about it, and he said that he noticed that the pendant was cracked that morning, and he laughingly asked if any of us had broke it. To this day, I still hold the theory that the religious pendant probably kept us safe from the ghost car that Abraham had encountered that night. I gotta stick to shorter names. Annoying ghost who moves boxes at 3 a.m. A few years ago in Montreal, I was staying in a 3-story apartment building. I had a neighbor directly beside my bedroom, and the neighbor upstairs had a bedroom right above me. I started to hear thumping and talking in what seemed like above me at 3 a.m. every night. I was pissed, but I'm too drowsy to the point to move, or rather to move, so I'm just putting some music in my headphones and hopefully I'd sleep decently throughout the night. It started to get out of hand. I started to have trouble sleeping and was just generally annoyed that something would be moving crap around at 3 a.m. every night. At times, I'd hear a man with a deep, raspy voice yell stuff like, "Ew," and talk to God knows who on the phone or something. Sounds a little bit like me. I talked to the landlord and he was really confused. He tells me that an old woman lives up there by herself. There's no man on that floor that would sound like that. I see the woman for the first time in the building, and she looks absolutely disheveled, gaunt, and tired. She starts dragging herself up the stairs. I turn around, and then I turn back, and she's looking at me dead in the eyes with a wide, unblinking stare. It scared me, but I mostly felt bad for her. Didn't think much of it at the time. I talked to the guy beside my apartment, who's a construction guy. He tells me he's up at 4 a.m., and the guy who's making the noise is doing so between 3 a.m. and as late as 6 a.m. I rule him out, then I talk to the people across from me. They're a young couple, and they're curious about it, but it's clearly not them. Their bedrooms are too far away, and they didn't sound to have a raspy old man's voice. Next, I have to visit the old woman. I knock on her door, and she very slowly opens it. The apartment is pitch black from what I can see, or what I can't see. I ask her a few things in English, but she responds in French. I'm almost certain she understood what I was saying, but she just stops talking and slowly closes the door. I talk to the landlord, and he tells me a few things. One, she never turns on any lights on in her apartment, like ever. I start to notice that when I come home at night, well, rather, I guess that's when I notice that she doesn't turn the lights on. 2, she has crosses all over her apartment and pictures of Jesus. He tells me she sleeps on the floor beside her bed because she wants Jesus to sleep on her bed. Sorry for laughing. The landlord says that there's no possible way a man lives in the room above me or stays there often. The room's being used as storage. I'm assuming it was a hoarding situation, but I have no proof. The landlord's baffled, and so am I. Was it her son, or husband, or boyfriend? Was somebody actually doing some kind of work or moving that could only be done early in the morning? I am sure the noise is right above me. You can't go months hearing the same crap over and over again and get a detail like that wrong. The noise was constant, and I was always thinking, what the heck could possibly justify all this moving around for? That's when I started to entertain the idea it was a spirit. Not an evil spirit, not an angel, just a really annoying, neurotic, and weird dude who was just shuffling around making a racket. I also think this is why the old woman had all the religious stuff around. She's probably being tormented by the annoying spirit who needed protection. I couldn't stand it anymore. I couldn't figure out any of it, and I had exhausted all of my leads. I certainly wasn't going to press that old woman on anything. She looked rough, and she had been living there for some 20 years, so I moved. The guy would always start around like the witching hour. I'd wake up, look at the clock immediately because I'm, superstitious, and was always on time or close. I talked to everybody who could have been responsible for that sound, and every one of them were normal, lucid people who did not sound like the person or spirit. I have a very strange neighbor who lives in the pitch black, surrounded by religious stuff, sleeping on the floor beside her bed. Ooh, she's leaving open for Jesus, by the way, if I didn't already say that. Where I'm certain I hear a strange man rummaging around a room, moving stuff around at 3 a.m., and this is every night for months. I don't believe in evil spirits, but I do believe this man was not settled in the afterlife. Shepton Mallet Prison. Hubby and I wed in 2023. We're both interested in ghost and spooky stuff. So my bestie brought us a voucher to spend the night in a haunted prison cell at Shepton Mallet Prison. That's just outside of Bath in the UK. Is that how you say that? It was decommissioned in 2013 and is a tourist attraction now. Anyway, we had a tour with a guide and a large group at about 10 p.m., and by 11:30 we were able to walk on our own, and I stood in the courtyard watching the crowd disperse, and I chose an area to explore that no one had entered yet. Or so we thought. As we entered the gate tower, where the guards would watch over and let vehicles in and out, we heard a male talking, a female giggling and some banging. So we assumed somebody was upstairs. We climbed the narrow staircase, and when we got to the top, we realized that the room was empty. No doors to another area, no furniture to hide in or under or behind, and no humans to account for the voices we both heard. Freaked out, but buzzing, at least I was anyway. We found our tour guide chatting with other members of staff. I asked if one were hypothetically in the gate tower. Would there be any way to hear talking and banging from the other area? He told us no. On the second floor in the adjacent building was offices and had long closed. I explained what we heard, and the guide's colleagues told us that they have over 1,000 entries of voices heard in that space. And that's a lot. We retreated to our cell in the early hours of the morning. We had to be out by 7 a.m., and we had traveled several hours to be there. As we got into bed, 2 sleeping bags on an air mattress underneath 2 metal bed frames that I definitely had my head on in the night, I blamed my husband for letting off my eggiest fart ever. He denied having done anything. The man-child loves a fart, so I totally believed him. They say ghosts leave a foul smell. That was as exciting as our experience got. Another woman had an encounter in the execution wing, and there were some other stories of ghosts, including the Cray twins. If you're in Bath or planning to visit to the west of England, I highly recommend the overnight stay. How would I go about finding out if the home I just moved into has had any crimes or murders committed there? Good question. Could I have possibly come across a site where luminol has been sprayed? In the home I just moved into, I was walking upstairs from the kitchen through my dark hallway and noticed a blue glow along the floorboard where it meets the wall. It's only visible from with the lights off, and I'm wondering if what I'm seeing is that. The reason I ask is because I've experienced some weird things after moving in, which is what made the findings even creepier. Here's what I've experienced so far. During the time I moved in, I had a 9-month-old and began noticing weird sleeping movements and small things when he was awake. First, when he's asleep, he'd sit up all the way up on his knees and out of nowhere, while fussing and crying, still asleep. To describe it, it looked as if someone was trying to wake him up and pick him up, and since he was, isn't ready to be awake, he'd fuss before laying back down again, at least to me. That's the only way to describe it. And this happens a lot. Just about every night, but only at night, never during the day when he took his usual naps. Another time, we're downstairs as I was making him a bottle. He was in his car seat in the counter, and of course placed in a way where he isn't accidentally knocked off the counter. Good call. Washing dishes at the same time, and he's watching his favorite show. After a while, I began noticing his attention suddenly being yanked away from his show to an area behind him in the corner of the ceiling, every few minutes. He'd gaze there for seconds at a time, and I couldn't figure out what he was saying or staring at since there were no bugs there. It was at an awkward angle. Since the ceiling was behind him, it took a lot of effort for him to actually sit up and hang onto the edge of his car seat to turn and hold his upward gaze and position, and then turned back around and finished watching his show after about 15 seconds or so. It really creeped me out when I saw what looked to me like somebody'd been playing with him by tapping him on one shoulder and going over to the next shoulder to hide, back and forth. He'd been in the middle of watching the show before he'd suddenly jerk his head around to one shoulder and would be back looking there for a few seconds before looking over his other shoulder. He did this for what seemed like 10 minutes after he began staring at the ceiling. Incident 3. I'd gone downstairs to the kitchen, and while there I turned around to go back upstairs. That's when I saw what appeared to be a hand drawing back off of the top of the couch in my living room. It was brief, and it made my heart jump because I thought somebody had walked into my home and was hiding behind the wall to wait for me to pass them. I genuinely believe that I would have not jumped out of my skin just about if I had not seen anything. It scared the crap out of me. Incident 4. I was in my bedroom and the door was closed. I heard somebody knocking and didn't feel like getting up, so I told them to come in. I waited for the door to open, irritated that nobody had come in, thinking it was my son knocking, and after a second when the door didn't open, I got up and asked why he knocked and didn't come in. Looked at me like I was crazy. He said he was downstairs, came up about 5 or 10 minutes ago, but that he never knocked on the door and didn't come back out of his room during the time. I know when he's lying or joking, and he was genuinely confused and didn't laugh at all. He's 17 and hates anything involving ghosts. Incident 5. My friend thought they'd seen me walking by them and was talking to me only to not see me there. Called my name and asked if I'd just come downstairs, and I hadn't. I'd been in the bathtub for about an hour or so and would not have gone downstairs for any reason. Incident 6. My son said he'd heard somebody walking toward him in the living room while he was in the kitchen. Our floors are really loud, so you can easily hear somebody walking on them. He said the sweeping sounded like somebody wearing house slippers and that they were lazy, dragging steps. He was home alone at the time after coming from school. Previously thought I'd maybe been in the bath when it happened, but remembered that it was a completely different event. Incident 7. My friend said he had gone downstairs, and as he's walking back to go upstairs, he'd seen someone round the corner behind him. He saw this briefly because he was turning off the light behind him, and when he did, he had to do a double take. When he did, no one was there. Ghost didn't like the decoration. I'm from Germany, where people aren't particularly inclined to believe in ghosts or the supernatural. Germans generally prefer logical explanations for strange events and don't really embrace things like Halloween or horror movies. What Germany do you live in? So, when something weird happens, the usual response is a shrug, and it is what it is. That's why it's so surprising that even my family ended up saying, okay, maybe it was a ghost. I grew up in a very old house. My parents still live there, actually. Dates back to the 1910s, though the interior's been renovated several times. Despite the updates, the house still has a spooky vibe, especially at night. I remember how many of my childhood friends were too scared to go to the bathroom after dark. It became a bit of a running joke. Over the years, small, strange things would happen. Magnets would fall off the fridge for no reason. Pictures would tumble from the walls. But we'd just brush it off, muttering, it is what it is. Then one night, something happened that we just couldn't explain. My mom had this steel sign in the kitchen. It was one of those funny ones that said you take 1 glass of wine and pour it into the cook. She kept it in the far left end of the kitchen counter, where it was completely secure. No way it could have fallen on its own. One night about 10 years ago, we all heard a loud metallic clatter. The next morning, we noticed the sign was missing. It wasn't on the counter, it wasn't on the floor, it hadn't fallen behind the counter either. The counters are sealed to the wall with silicone, so that was impossible. Just gone. For years, my parents couldn't find that sign. My mom would occasionally joke the ghost took it. I think this house might be haunted. It became one of those funny but baffling family stories that we laugh about but never quite understood. Fast forward to last year. My parents had to replace their dishwasher, so they pulled the old one out, and guess what they found? The steel sign was lying behind the dishwasher. And here's the thing. The dishwasher was on the other side of the kitchen. The counters are sealed, and there's no logical way the sign could have moved across the room and ended up there. To this day, we have no idea how that happened. Maybe the ghost didn't like the sign. Who knows? I get that it's not the most thrilling ghost story, but sometimes it's the little inexplicable things that stick with you. The Screaming Woman. I'm a 16-year-old girl who's always seen, felt, and heard stuff other people haven't. I always get told I'm schizophrenic, but I'm not. I'll be sharing this very weird and unsettling story in case somebody knows something about this woman. It was last year in August. I was laying in my bed and I tried to fall asleep. Put down my phone and closed my eyes. The next thing I see is a woman screaming for help. At first, I thought I was dreaming, so I opened my eyes and grabbed my phone to check the time. 22:07. That's 10:07. Only a minute had passed. I was confused since I had never gotten such a clear image before, nor have I ever seen, felt, or heard this woman before. I'll be sharing details of the image I got from her in case anybody knows something. Very old clothing, early 1900s type of clothes. Her hair was dark or brown or black, and so was her hair. Her hair was also up in a ponytail. Her eyes were dark, but you could see the fear in her eyes as clear as day. Her mouth was shaped as if she was saying help, and she had bullet wounds on her chest, stomach, and possibly on her face. She wasn't the only one in the image. There was a man behind her, also early 1900s clothing, and had a cowboy kind of a hat on. Looked mad, as if he was shouting at her. He also was holding a shotgun, which was pointed at this woman. I'm certain that this woman is trying to tell me something. I'm 100% sure that this has happened to somebody and she wants me to tell her story. And I know that sounds weird, but I've been around spirits my whole life. I communicate with them, and I just want to know if anybody knows something that is close to what I've explained. Please let me know. I can't keep this to myself anymore. Double confirmation ghost sighting. I, a 34-year-old female, grew up with 3 sisters and my mom, and that's in Buffalo, New York. My whole extended family lives here too. We're very close and tight-knit. My parents would host both sets of my grandparents every Saturday night for dinner and cards. My maternal grandpa was on oxygen. He was a smoker. So for a couple of years with major lung and heart issues before desert and cards, he would sit in our golden love chair in our living room with both his arms resting on the sides and the oxygen tank near his feet. At the end of 2006, he passed peacefully, and we all miss him dearly. A couple of months after his funeral, my mom badly hurt her back, went to the doctor, and was prescribed pain medication. My mom's not the type to complain, but this injury had her down. She was down and out, and we've never seen her like that before. She said it was the worst pain of her life, took her pills as prescribed, and she began sleeping on the couch at night in her living room. It was the only way that she could get semi-comfortable. The medicine wasn't cutting her pain, and she began, quote-unquote, dreaming about how she wanted to die from the pain. She wasn't sure she'd ever get better again. She awoke to a voice coming from the other side of the living room that said, "Donna, you're going to be okay. You're going to get through this." She turned and saw her dad in a golden chair, oxygen tank and all. She was not afraid at all, but she couldn't believe her eyes. She turned back over and convinced herself she was high off the medication and went back to sleep. The same night, my oldest sister was out late partying with her friends. The front porch light was on, and the family rule, Mom was a stickler, was to turn it off if you were the last to come home. Sister stumbled into the house and was going to turn the light off, but she saw my grandfather with his oxygen tank in our golden chair. He was watching over my mom on the couch, never broke eye contact off my mom. She internally freaked out and ran to her bedroom, convincing herself she was hallucinating from being drunk. Fast forward to the morning. 5 of us are at the breakfast table, just chatting, and my oldest sister walks into the kitchen for breakfast. My mom says to her, "Jennifer, if you forget to turn off the porch light last night." My sister looks at my mom and goes, "Mom, I wasn't trying to say anything, but when I got home last night, I saw Grandpa on the golden couch with his oxygen tank. He was looking at you. Really freaked me out." My mom dropped her spoon, gasped, and said, "Jennifer, me too." A haunting in Kansas. A few years back, me and my friend were riding our motorcycles across country. If you've never done that, do it. Anyway, we're both amateur storm chasers too, and love finding a safe, dry spot to view thunderstorms from a safe distance. On a motorcycle, it's a lot more dangerous and exciting, as you can probably imagine. Anyway, we were in southwest Nebraska, and I noticed on the radar that infamous hook where a potential tornado is. No sooner than I told my friend, the sirens in town started going off. The system was still about 50 minutes away, and we decided to get behind the storm by going south into Kansas. The highway going south was about half a mile up the road, so we headed that way. We were only 20 miles from the border, but this storm system stretched all the way down to Oklahoma, so we knew we'd be in the rain eventually. We did get far enough away where we could stop and watch the lightning and storm hit. That's where we would have been, in Nebraska. Now, riding in the rain doesn't bother me. It's when there's severe weather that does. It was already getting dark, and we started looking for shelter. A bar and a gas station, just something to get out of the pea-sized hail that was starting to fall. We finally came upon this little town and saw what was for all intents and purposes an abandoned boarded-up building on the main drag. We found an awning to get under and some scrap plywood we used to lay over the bikes and an old tire to put over the wood to keep it down. The wind started blowing like mad. Started hailing again, golf ball-sized hail. It was intense. The wind was blowing the rain sideways and the lightning was striking the ground all around us. The flimsy, what was left of an awning, really wasn't keeping dry, but it was keeping the hail off us at least. My friend was panicking, saying that there was a radar indicating tornado in the area, and if he had, he'd break into the building to get out of the storm. I was like, we can't do that. I'm not trying to catch a criminal charge. As both sat there hunkered down, we just heard what sounded like a deep growl. I tried to play it off, but then we heard the best way I can describe it is a raspy voice say, "Come inside." He said, "Did you hear that?" I said, "I sure as hell did." My heart was racing. Then we hear the same sounding voice, but this time it sounded like it was laughing. My friend was like, "Nope, fuck this." By this time, the hail had stopped anyway. It was raining sideways, but we noped the hell out of there. The power was still out, and it was around 9:30 at night. We came upon a gas station. It looked like the entire town was up under the gas station taking shelter. We managed to squeeze in and sheltered the rest of the storm out. Power eventually came back on, and we talked to a few locals. Someone told us that place used to be an inn, and the owner's wife ended up going insane, killing her husband and several other men with a shotgun one night in the 40s. Grandma encounters UFO and Men in Black. It was summer of 1989. I got to leave the Lakota Res and spend the entire summer with my half-brother. Same dad, different moms. That was in Kentucky. I was 12 and he was 14 during this time. Stepdad was pretty cool and smart too. He was a nuclear physicist and... oh, did I say nuclear? Nuclear physicist and always had an answer for everything. Not in a sarcastic way either, but in a genuine way, especially if it pertained to the natural world. My step-grandma was a nurse and worked swing shift at 2 different hospitals. That poor lady not only worked like 16 hours a day, but also would come home to clean house and cook large meals for everyone. I felt so bad for her. Like on the res, my family all lived next door to each other, or my brother's family, well, they did that too. So sometimes we'd go over and help out with Grandma and cook and clean. We even got started on firewood for her because she'd often do that too. We'd sometimes stay until she left work for night, and then walk the field back home. It was different there in rural Kentucky. The nights were darker and the dark was quieter. Not that it couldn't be on the res, but there was always someone moving about. Sure, you could go out a lot further, reach the same level of dark and quietness on the res, but I'm going to assume that you know what I'm talking about here. Occasionally a passing car on the highway, or maybe a distant freight train would break up the monotony there in Kentucky. My brother's stepdad ended up getting cable TV one day, along with a movie channel. So we had made plans to binge watch all the movies that we could that Friday night. So we let Grandma know that we would not be over that day. My brother even invited his friend over to spend the night, and he had gone down to town earlier. Sorry, I'm getting tired. He bought all the snacks, pizza, potato chips, black cherry, strawberry, cola, and lemon lime canned sodas, and plenty of candy. If I remember right, Escape from New York was going to be on that night. Finally, Johnny Carson was over, and the adults were going to bed. No sooner than we get settled in, there was a loud knock on the door. My brother's step-uncle Bill, his stepdad's brother, was at the door demanding to speak with his brother. We asked if everything was okay, but he had this look of terror on his face and waved us off. Stepdad comes out and his brother says that we need to talk about Mom, so they stepped outside and we're all trying to listen, but they took a walk. A few moments later, Stepdad comes in, get dressed, and says he'll be back. Also, he had a look, but one of disbelief. Here's what happened as it was, well, known to us. That night, Grandma was going to work like normal, so around 9 p.m. at night. She said that she'd get a few miles down the road, and keep in mind this is a rural road with little traffic, especially at night, when all of a sudden a bright, blinding white light shone over her car. She described it as intense and hot, caused her car to stall. The light was about 50 or so feet above her and never made a noise. She sat there paralyzed with fear until it left about 10 minutes later. She was then able to start her car again and went back home. She said she tried to call her son, which was my brother's stepdad, but the line was dead, but was able to call her other son, Bill. Bill and my brother and stepdad took turns driving her to work for the next few months until she got over her fear, and even then she took another route to work. She also said a few days later, 2 men dressed in black ties came to talk to her. She said they claimed to work for the government and showed badges and asked her a bunch of questions. Changed her personality, really. She went from being warm and non-aggressive to being impatient and short with people, family included. But years later, she denied everything, denied seeing anything or talking to anyone. My brother's stepdad believes it was something military-related and she was threatened not to say or speak about it. Everybody tried to get her to see a therapist, and I always thought she acted that way because she felt violated and no one would believe her. Shortly after that, a year or so, I suppose, shadowy figures, they started being seen around the outside of her house. And her brother's house. There wasn't any sort of paranormal activity before that. That was the last time I was ever allowed over. We did a cleansing ritual when I got home, as my dad isn't into that sort of thing at all. All he would say is that he knew there was bad juju there. Wishing all of you guys good juju, if such a thing exists.